Hello, everyone. Yet another monotonous stream this month. Very weird. And this is an even weirder stream because this is the only time in my channel's history, which goes back to 2011, I think. I have never streamed an MMO, as far as I remember. Um, and what I thought I would do before I get into detail about this particular one I'm going to play, which actually I'm kind of under a time limit because the pre-alpha ends in 3 hours, I think. Let's see. Ends at midnight my time, and it's almost 9. Oh, true. Book of Travels. I guess I should say like a more traditional style MMO. But what I want to do really quick before I go into EverCraft Online is like a really sad gamer version of like something your parents would do. I want to show my EverQuest characters just as sort of a documentation. I don't think there's any EverQuest content on my channel or my like YouTube channel, so I kind of want to put this up there just for time's sake. So let me show EverQuest. I don't even know if this will capture. I've never streamed this. Wait, actually, let me log in so I don't show the world my passwords. Oh my god, there's over 1,000 people on P99 Green right now. I think that's the most I've ever seen. Okay, let's see if this actually captures. It's a very old game. Oh, that classic swoosh sound. Okay, is it going to show up? And don't think it is. Wait, wait. One more time. I'll answer your questions in a moment. We're going to window capture. This window. Oh, there it is. Is it moving? Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go describe my history with MMOs really quick. First of all, I really don't like MMOs in general, but for some reason, EverQuest, the game from 1999, was a big part of my childhood, and I remember playing it when I was 12 years old. And the concept of having hundreds of people, almost 1,000 on one server at a time, was such a mind blowing concept to me back then, and it still is today. And I put a lot of time into it, even though at 12 years old and someone who had never played RPGs or anything at that point, that was such a incredible thing at the time because most of what I was playing in these years were first person shooters like Half-Life, and I was playing SNES games. I just never really did RPGs or anything like that. So I had no idea how to play EverQuest. But I played it anyway. And some reason my parents were okay with paying for the monthly subscription because I've heard a lot of people's whether or not they played MMOs at all was if their parents were okay or understood the idea of paying monthly for a game. A lot of people are like, hey, I want to play this game, but mom, you have to pay $10 a month to play it. What? No, just buy another game. But some reason my parents were ever so generous and they were like, sure. And I remember I spent more time just walking around and talking to people in EverQuest. So what we're looking at here is a modern remake or a fan-driven, fan-supported server called Project 1999. So if somehow anyone here is interested in EverQuest and hasn't played and didn't know that you can still play the classic version of it today, look up Project 1999. I'm on the green server. And EverQuest is on Steam, but that's the modern version that has like a million add-ons to it. And in my opinion, it's just become so convoluted and just absolutely, it's just so messy. And it's just, I don't know. I don't like the modern version much at all. um, but so 1999 or Project 99, P99, green, it only goes up to the Scars of Velius expansion, and that's where it's at right now, which I think was the second expansion back when we called them expansions and not DLCs. And there's runes of, I always said Kunark, but I guess it's Kunark, runes of Kunark. So it's only those two, which brings you to about like year 2000, 2001, and has all the classic graphics before they went on and did the Shadows of Lucklin. I always said Luclin, apparently it's Lucklin. Um, that did like a graphical overhaul, and it caused all kinds of controversy because people like the classic ones, and the new models were, I mean, they're good looking, but it just, in my opinion, just didn't fit the lower poly, lower resolution style of the game. But this is back in a time where it's like, oh, in order for our game to stand out, we need to increase the, tighten up the graphics on level 3, make the graphics as good as possible and all that. So, um, in order to play in P99, yeah, you do have to acquire the titanium version of EverQuest, which is pretty easy to find. And uh, the current developers of EverQuest are aware of P99 and they're okay with it. So even though it is a little sketchy and there's video tutorials on how to do it, in order to get into the game, you're not going to get, like, I don't know, sued by Sony or something by playing it. And so I'll just go through my characters real quick. It just kind of reminds me of someone like, no, here's photos of my grandkids. I am not like a big MMO person. I have never done the raids or anything, but so I have Monis. It's my 36 druid that we're looking at right here, wood elf, in Greater Fadar currently, and is my main source of money because druids can port, teleport people around, and there's like a whole player run economy in EverQuest that was one of my favorite aspects of the game. It's like I'm in used to be called Dial a Druid, but now it's Dial a Port because wizards and shaman can port as well, so they want to be more inclusive to everyone else. But people just message you and like, hey, we're all, on our way over to a raid somewhere on the other side of the server, because there's no instancing in EverQuest. You have to actually go everywhere, and you're always present in the world with everyone else. Like, you can't escape. You're always there with one another. And people donate a lot of money for that. So my main source of money is my druid, and then my sad shaman Mano has been stripped of armor and all that because I transferred almost all of his items over to my Shadow Knight, which is one of my favorite um, classes to play. So he's not looking too good. I wasn't really a fan of playing Shaman that much because Shaman and EverQuest, this might be the same in other MMOs, but is very much like buff oriented. Like their role is to just make everyone really strong, and they do the canny dance because they have a spell called Cannibalize, where they, I guess, are essentially eating themselves to regenerate their mana. And this spell is kind of annoying sounding, and there's like a certain combination of sitting down and casting the spell that where you can increase the rate in which you cast it. So you do a little dance to get your mana back. And I don't know, I couldn't handle it. It just wasn't very fun to me, where most of my gameplay as a shaman was to be keeping intricate eye on the cooldown of spells and when they faded on my group members. I love being support. I love, not being an active combat participant, but just, being support. So that's cool. But I don't like using a lot of mods and things to manage the times that stuff fades and all that. It's just got to be too frustrating to me. but you get some really good spells at really low levels. So that was fun. Like Spirit of Wolf is the spell that lets you run faster that everyone wants, and only like shaman and druids can cast it, and rangers. But you get it at like level 8. So even at a very low level, you can be very helpful to other people, and that was fun. And I have Monomir, my 20 dwarven cleric. You know, clerics, just like in a lot of games, are healing oriented. And I love the way that plate armor looks on dwarves. And also, I have him because mono one, he has the one eye, and also has a singular stripe. Like I very intentionally choose characters to look a certain way. Cleric was all right. Cleric and EverQuest, like you pretty much are like you have to be in a group for most of your time as a cleric. It was just like um and I found some good groups for a while, and you know, EverQuest is in a weird situation where like most of the players seem to have just ridiculously high level, like max level characters that they go on and they buff you with game ending buffs, and it just ends up kind of messing with the process of everything, but it speeds up your level progression. So it's like I do want to speed things up, but I don't know, it seems kind of cheap to have like end game buffs on my low level character, but so you're kind of like balancing back and forth, just like, do I want this? But if you don't want the buffs, then you're pretty much on your own. I don't know, a weird balance, but it was fun being like the best healer in groups for a while. Then got Mana Noctis. He's my 35 Shadow Knight, Dark Elf Shadow Knight. And I didn't expect to enjoy Shadow Knight very much, but I actually really did, because they're a hybrid of warrior and necromancer, which I'll get to necromancer in a sec, but I love like any game that lets you be a necromancer class. I will be one because I'm dark and edgy, and I love skeletons, and I love just the general way in which necromancers are designed in games. So Shadow Knight is like a warrior that has some necromancer abilities, and they can have a skeletal pet even though it's a lower level one. And I really kind of went all out with the armor on this guy too. He has like the armor he's wearing is technically alive. I can't remember what it's called, like sentient armor, which people said the armor was kind of garbage for Shadow Knight, but I don't like the min max because the armor orients the Shadow Knight more towards a spell casting thing class, whereas people were like, no, if you're going to be Shadow Knight, you got to maximize your armor class because you're a tank, or you're like an off tank most of the time. And Shadow Knights are really good in EverQuest at gaining aggro. They have all these spells that, for whatever reason, like generate tons of aggro, so you can really easily pull it off of anyone if you want to. It's kind of dangerous too, because you can accidentally pull a shit ton of aggro on something that could myrtleize you. And I'm not a cleric, because usually when you see a dark elf with a blunt weapon like this, people think you're a cleric, and people have asked me for heals, but this is a Shadow Knight exclusive weapon that does a lot of damage for a one-handed one, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, believe it or not, is blunt weapon. Well, EverQuest only has slashing, blunt, piercing. Yeah, I think that's it. So this flail, I forgot what the name of this thing is actually a blunt weapon. You have Manoshi, which is a monk, and I think monk was the most just general fun I ever had. A level 40 monk. Oh, max level in EverQuest is 60, but 50, but like the amount of time it takes to get from 50 to 60 is like playing from 0 to 50. So a huge amount of time to get from there. So level 40 was like really high for me. Like I usually don't hang out with a character that long. As you can see, most of these other ones, like level 20, level 22, 36, I kind of start losing interest in the game around like getting close to 30, and I move on to a new one. But I got all the way up to 40 as the monk. And people really like monks and groups because they can do all kinds of stuff. They can pull really well. They have feigned death, like you can avoid dying in your group really well. You can do some interesting like crowd control, and they attack ridiculously fast, like the fastest amount of like melee DPS in the game. And so playing as the monk was easily the most fun overall I had playing. Then Monotone is my barbarian warrior. Um, Warriors, people a lot of times say like in EverQuest, why even bother making a warrior when you have like ranger and shadow and all these other hybrids? So warriors are kind of contentious, where it's like, why? For people who play endgame stuff. But I like that warriors at a low level can dual wield, can have like one handed weapon in each hand. And I always love, switching up what weapons you're using mid combat for the best situation. And I always thought that was a fun bit of gameplay. And my goal was to get full silver armor, not necessarily silver, but the appearance of silver. And I only ended up getting the helmet. I can't rotate the character here, sadly, get a better view, but ended up only getting the helmet and bracers and boots. And I was on my way of replacing all the other pieces so I could be like bright, shiny silver and gold barbarian warrior, but never got to that point. And then we got Mortonist, 41 necromancer, sporting the 2-book look. I always think it's cool when you reach a point in spellcasting where you don't even have a weapon anymore. You're just holding like stat items, like non-combative items. So it's like you've evolved beyond uh like needing any sort of melee weapon. And necromancers, of course, have pets, and just has all, as most necromancers in games do, have a lot of like damage over time effects, like poisons and slowdowns. And like necromancers and EverQuest have like there's different types of dots. There's like shadow based, poison based, disease based, fire based, and necromancers get a bit of all of them. So it's pretty brutal when you're playing a necromancer. And like one of my favorite things to fight are like sand giants and hill giants, which are, as a low level, are things that will instantly kill you. They can still instantly kill you even when you're even leveled with them, but it's so fun fear kiting. Like necromancers, uh you cast spells like darkness and things that cause things to move slow, and then you fear them, and then you send your pet at them. So this giant powerful thing is moving, is running away from you while you're piling on the disease and the poison and the burning. And you just keep that going. And best of all, necromancers can turn into the skeleton form, so you can look like a skeleton. And if I can look like a skeleton in a game, I might just play it based on purely that aspect alone, because I love skeletons. So all the while you're doing that, you're managing your health and mana, because necromancers can hurt themselves in order to gain more mana. Something called a, what's it called? Lich, where you can essentially, I guess the lore of it is like you're letting your own blood. So your health drains while your blood is converted into mana. So you're like a piece of paper floating around. If anything touches you, you're gone. But you're balancing casting mana, and when you're the skeleton, your mana regens faster. And it's just really fun balance of trying to keep all these spells going at once, and you're just like dealing tons of damage just from damage over time, and you got to stay away and not let anything touch you all the while. And then finally I have Masu, my Ixar warrior, who Ixar are like lizard men. I forget what they're called in Skyrim, what the lizard people are called there, but basically lizard man. Nothing particularly special. It's just that Ixar are hated by every other race in the game. Argonians, right? So when you play Ixar, you have your own continent, and they're like the ancient race of the game. They're the oldest, and they predate all the other, elves and barbarians and dwarves and dark elves and humans and there's all kinds of stuff like that. But everyone hates you. the good side hates you, the evil side hates you. You're your own separate class, or your own separate like class of person, I guess. So that's the big challenge. Uh, so that to venture out of Kunark, which is your home continent, is really dangerous. So you kind of got to like play it safe. Oh, well, that's all I have to say about my characters. Um, Before I actually get on to the game that I'm going to be playing here, I was going to look back at what people are saying. Um, did I ever play EverQuest Next and Landmark? No, I never played that. Really, nothing beyond the original EverQuest interested me much. Like I said, I generally don't really like MMOs, but of course, nostalgia is a big reason why I put so much time into EverQuest. But um, even if I didn't have nostalgia, I still like how EverQuest is very open ended. Like it's so hands off, where like you're just dropped in the world. You have a note in your inventory that says like, "Hey, welcome to the Necromancer Guild. Come find me, and I'll give you something." You're given very little direction about where or what. There's no quest markers. There's no map. There's nothing. You just have to wander, get to know people, get advice from people, from other players and stuff, and it's just kind of up to you to figure out what to do. And I like that open-endedness of the original game. And of course over time people have made websites and wikis and mods that give you maps and all that, but like some of my fondest memories of the original EverQuest was where I like, this is like 2000, year 2000 or so, and there's two big cities that are like some of the most well known, which are Freeport and Kinos, which is Sony EQ backwards. And they each have their own interesting histories. Like Freeport is kind of it's a human run city, but it has all kinds of like, what is it, like the militia. Like there's so many factions jammed into one city. It's kind of like a miracle that it even functions the way it does. And they're kind of okay with like dark elves hanging out there. Freeport is like, I think the city is founded within ruins of a previously destroyed city or something. I don't know. It's kind of a weird city in that way. I never really spent much time there, but there's that. But then Kinos is was the first city they made when making EverQuest. So, and I think it really shows. Like it's a very refined, just it's balanced out and it's easy to navigate. It looks nice. It has all kinds of just interesting little touches like that that I think the other cities don't have. But my favorite part of Kinos is it has catacombs underneath where the blood sabers are, which is so I have this character on is I made a human necromancer, which people usually like, don't make a human necromancer. That's if you're gonna min max, you gotta make a dark elf or whatever. Like, no, no, no. But if you make a human necromancer, you get to be a part of the Blood Saber Guild, which is the followers of the plague bringer god called Bertoxilus, which is like one of the founders of Kinos, dabbles in the dark arts and spends some time in the sewers with the blood sabers. And there's like some event that happens way later in the game's timeline where like the plague is unleashed all over and there's just like beetles and poisonous things everywhere, and they kind of have their uprising. And I just thought that whole storyline was so cool. It's like, I want to be a part of the bad guys. So it's always like Kinos. Um, oh, and to answer your question, no, I never played anything beyond the original EverQuest. I did play Guild Wars 1 very briefly. It was a open, or it was, no, yeah, it was an open beta right before the game launched. And I remember playing for a while. I liked it, but I know people say like Guild Wars 2 is like one of the best MMOs out there right now. So if I ever did get into another MMO, which is doubtful, it would probably be Guild Wars 2 because I've like repeatedly heard such good things about it. Um, it's reading some other things people are saying. Yeah, and I know Eel, you especially have an insane amount of time in Guild Wars, which is admirable. And I know you've been playing like Final Fantasy 14 a lot lately as well. Reading back on other things you're saying. Parents thought StarCraft was a virus since the icon had a sci-fi looking thing on it. um, and if you have Windows 7, I believe, and up, that for mounting disk images is just built into the OS. So like when you're installing Titanium and all that, I don't think you have to download anything separate. You can just like it was a really straightforward process when I did it. And there's step-by-step instructions on the Project 1999 website. Necromancer is overpowered in Guild Wars 1 and 2. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, and of course I love the idea of like having skeletal servants and things like that. Um, and the reason I have necromancy in the title is when any minute now, I swear, when I go into EverCraft Online here, I'm going to be playing a necromancer, which is what I played in the previous pre-alpha test as well. But I just want to see if anything's changed with that, and then I have a better understanding of it now. I feel like I can get started quicker. And yeah, all my characters are derivative of my name, Monotonous, so it's a fun challenge to try to make it sound somewhat like that. Oh yeah, and hello Hexen. See you in chat there from like 4 hours ago. I don't want to get on a rant, it goes crazy, and I forget that time. I forget about the passage of time. Dungeon Siege multiplayer, you can play as a skeleton. Noted. Hello, Roy. I can get a Guild Wars 2 tutorial from Electric Eel, who has like 5,000 hours in the game. Can instantly become a legendary player. And I and here, let me go start playing the actual game I'm supposed to be playing here. What was the last other thing I was gonna say? And yeah, in general, like I've been saying, like I don't like MMOs that much. Like I've talked about it before. I tried giving World of Warcraft Classic or whatever they call it. I gave it a chance, and well, I played both. I played the live one and the classic, and I definitely like classic better. And the WoW devs attribute EverQuest as being their like primary influence when they developed WoW, and it shows. And I think in classic, it gives a much more of an EverQuest like feel, a little more hands off and less of a amusement park ride feel to it. But even then, I just still was really turned off by trying to play WoW because it was like I always compare it um to exploring an abandoned amusement park where it's like there's just so many rides, like as far as the eye can see, there's just endless amounts of rides, and you're thinking to yourself like, man, people used to have a lot of fun here. There used to be this. People used to go and do this and all of this, but now it's a ghost town. And like everyone is just moving in a group between one ride to the next ride, and it's just when a game reaches the point where it everything is understood completely, and there's the best way to do things and the wrong way to do things. And I know you don't have to play that way, but you definitely are like persecuted if you aren't playing things the right way. And I'm someone who doesn't really have like a friend group that jumps between games, and I tried joining a guild, And and people are like, oh yeah, we will help you out, blah blah blah, and then it never actually happens. Like people will say, oh yeah, I'd love to like group some time and go and just fight stuff out in the overworld or whatever. Like if you're doing non-raid stuff or non-dungeon stuff, it just never happens. And if you do try to randomly matchmake with people in a dungeon or a raid or something like that, if you aren't on top of knowing how it's supposed to all work, you just drag the team down and you feel miserable. And it's just, I've had such bad experiences trying to get into an MMO that's new to me. And just in general, I just don't really like the way that MMOs work. Just like games that are so focused on tons of stats. And like EverQuest is one of the rare exceptions where like I'm willing to deal with all that because I think the game as a whole is cool. But that's why I don't think I could ever get into Final Fantasy 14. Is like already the art style of FF14 doesn't really appeal to me. Like Final Fantasy's past 6, I guess I can say past 7. Just the style of all the games past 7 just stopped appealing to me. I don't really like that kind of stereotypical like anime aesthetic to things. I know some people absolutely love that. So the visuals aren't going to draw me in. And I watched gameplay of people playing it, and when I see, and this is just standard MMO affair, where like you see people play, and there's just like you need to download this mod, this mod, this mod, and there's just thousands of numbers and texts and things are floating all over the screen. You can't see anything because there's just so much statistical information just cluttering your screen. And that is a huge turnoff to me when the gameplay is like you're not even looking at the world anymore. You're just like looking at meters going up and down and like yelling at people over voice chat. It's like that just is not fun for me. But I love the idea of lots of players all working on the progression of their individual character all together in one big world as a community. I love that concept. It's just the RPG aspect has always been such a turnoff, the traditional RPG aspect. Like I remember playing Planet Side 2, and I thought that was a really cool twist on the MMO idea, like MMO FPS. And that kind of got my attention. I'm not a big FPS person either, but just because it was a different approach to a massively multiplayer game, I really appreciated what they were doing with that. And then, what was a, like I heard what was a new world that tried to incorporate a lot more. I know it's a controversial title, but try to incorporate a lot more action oriented gameplay and less, stat watching gameplay. And still people were kind of split on their feelings towards New World as well. That was when I got really close to thinking maybe I should download and give this a try, but then like interest in it seemed to plummet very rapidly, and then I kind of just got distracted and forgot that I was going to give it a shot. But uh, Guild Wars 2 is world bosses and events that go through the entire map. I think, I don't know if it was you, Eel, but somebody sent me like a video of a Guild Wars 2 event going on, and it did look really cool. Like that's one of my favorite things in MMOs is when there's a big worldwide event that everyone can contribute to. Like I remember in the original EverQuest, as a babby, like 12 years old or something, playing it, there was a GM event that happened just, kind of organically in the world. And I was like, "Oh my god, this is crazy." Like, there's real people that are like spawning NPCs around and there's like a story unfolding in real time in front of me here. And I think it was I spent a lot of time in Kinos Hills, which is just kind of your standard like grassy hill place that has a bunch of knolls hanging out and all that. So I was very used to how it's supposed to look. And then like one day the sky turns like bright red. And I was like feeling scared. I was like, what's going on? Is my game breaking down or something? So the sky's red. And then this is where I learned the term loathsome as a kid. All these characters called loathsome individuals started showing up, and they're like making camps, and they're way higher level than everything else in that zone. And then because all these high level, like unique event specific NPCs were showing up, it attracted really high level players. So suddenly this like low level like newbie zone is full of like max level players, and I was like in awe looking at these like level 50s like end game equipment where we're fighting these loathsome individuals, and there was like some plague related things, and I was just like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in a video game, at the time. And with all the high levels hanging around, they would just kind of casually throw you like a fine steel weapon that you could sell for like a shitload of money. Well, very low level player, selling trash items that are considered trash by a high level gives you a lot of money as a low level. So I was like, it's so cool having this economy going on where the high level players want to do all this like kind of event specific high level stuff, and then they're just handing out all the rewards of what's going on in the world at the time down to the low levels, like, oh, you can have this, everyone, there you go, there we go. And it's like, oh, this is so magical, everyone's working together, having a good time, enjoying this like dynamic event that's just happening in real time. Yeah, trickle down economics. um in the early days of Star Wars Galaxies, someone managed to get an ATST and started a huge war between rebels and the Empire. Really? Was that like an intended gameplay thing, or did they mess it up? Because like EverQuest has its own famous stories regarding like the sleeper, where players played the game in an unintended way. Like long story short, what happened was there's a legendary dragon called like Caraferm or something, but they're like vernacular name or whatever is the sleeper. It's a dragon that, you guessed it, has been imprisoned and is just asleep all the time. And the dragon can only be woken up once in that server's history. So once a guild manages to wake it up, that's the only time it ever happens. And when it wakes up, it goes on a rampage and goes across zone lines and runs around the whole world, just like killing everything in its path. And so no matter what level you are, you might see this like legendary dragon just like plummeting through zones. But the thing that was controversial is that um the dragon was never meant to die. And it was designed to not die, but I can't remember the exact uh technical aspect of what caused this, but players managed to, believe it or not, find a way to deal like a microscopic amount of damage to this dragon. And they kept it going for like days, I think. Just like taking the like this tiny amount of damage, but it was just enough that it would eventually kill the dragon. And people, like slept, or they didn't sleep. That was the whole thing. They just were awake constantly, and they're like replacing each other. Like they're losing tons of experience, because when you die in EverQuest, you lose a lot of experience. And these are like high level players that have invested months, not like years of their time into their characters, and they're willing to let themselves die to kill this dragon that has never been killed. And they eventually killed it. And right when it was getting close to dying, the developers were informed about what was going on, and there was like apparently a lot of debate going on within the dev's office, just saying like, can we allow this to happen, because they're technically exploiting a bug in the game, this isn't supposed to happen. And I think they originally, uh right before the dragon was going to die, they just deleted it. And the people who were fighting it were just told that like they were exploiting a bug in the game, and that wasn't supposed to happen or something. And that, as you might imagine, it just like furiously pissed off all the people that lost tons of experience doing all that. So there was enough of a protest that they're like, okay, we'll let you do it again, but this time we're going to let you kill the dragon. And so they allowed the whole thing to happen again. And then they killed the dragon, and it didn't drop anything because it wasn't meant to die. It was just that they got the, they could say that they killed the unkillable, and that was it. And for a lot of people, they're like, okay, we're satisfied now. But it was one of the first times that something like this had happened. And like, how do you handle that? Because they are doing something that wasn't meant to happen in the game. So you can't like redesign the game in real time to give them what they want. It's just one of these cases where the players like take control of the game out of the developer's hands and like do what they want with it. And keep in mind too, this is a very old game that is not as flexible as modern games. Like I've heard from classic EverQuest developers and people who run their own fan servers and all that. Oh yeah, Mech posted a link to the dragon I was talking about. If anyone wants to read into that whole story, Care Firm, Fire Firm. um, the original EverQuest engine was just held together by like duct tape and string. And in order to for like later dev teams to take over control and do add-ons to the game, that there was like no documentation. It was just a nightmare to learn how anything worked. And they didn't have they couldn't do like an online pre-alpha test or anything of stuff because this is like before the internet was very established, and they couldn't test a lot of stuff very well. They just had to cross their fingers that stuff was going to work. And like EverQuest has a funny history too, that when it launched, it actually shut down the like Los Angeles area internet because the amount of bandwidth being pulled by their servers because of the popularity of the game at launch actually just destroyed the like LA internet. And they had to build new internet lines around, I think it was LA, in order to support the amount of bandwidth that was needed to run this game. So they had to get in contact with like ISPs to keep the game going. And the servers crashed so often that they used currently existing employees to sit in winter clothing inside a very cold server environment to just manually restart servers every few hours because they just crash so often. And there's just so many weird stories like that because it's just an old game doing stuff that games have never done before. Oh man, okay. Now, so I think I'll make my whole EverQuest talk its own video when I put this on YouTube. Um, but the reason why I'm talking about EverQuest a lot is because the game I'm about to play here is heavily influenced by it. And the people who are working on this game, oh, loud noise might happen. Sec. The yeah. Here we go. So the people who are putting together this game are all big fans of EverQuest, and they attribute their time spent playing that game to how they want to design this game. And this is a pre-alpha, so still a lot of big factors of the game that can be changed. And if anyone wants to play, it's freely available right now. Just go to here. I'll put a link in chat about where to go. EverCraftOnline.com. Okay, where did I put that link? Oh, here it is. And you just click in the top right corner, dashboard, and then you just give it your email address, and then I believe you're going to be emailed a link to where to download it. And there's also a link to their Discord. I've been just kind of monitoring their Discord because the devs are like actively looking at people playing, and this is them testing stuff. Like the servers were crashing a bit earlier and they had to restart stuff because it's all a part of the process. So this is still very early on, and yes, definitely see that this is a very Minecraft-looking game, but it has nothing to do with Minecraft other than the way it looks. Because this is a small team, and they're using kind of like a world creation kit kind of thing that uses all these Minecraft-like assets, which allows them to very rapidly produce worlds. And they can just go ahead and make new stuff pretty quickly. And I know a lot of what they're planning for this game is to be able to just change stuff and add new worlds and all that as things go on. And what better way to do it than with a really flexible Minecraft-like system? So it works for what they're good at. But gameplay is more EverQuest-like. And Minecraft is just kind of the way it looks. Oh no, password, just a sec. Password 123. All right. So if you're playing, everyone is in the pre-alpha server. And right now, the classes that they have available, or the races, first of all, Dark Elf, Human, and Wood Elf. And anyone who's played EverQuest, you'll look at this and be like, hey, these are almost exactly what EverQuest had. Barbarian, Dark Elf, Dwarf, Erudite, Gnome, Half-Elf, Halfling, High Elf, Human, Ogre, Troll, Wood Elf. But I'm going to do Dark Elf, Necromancer, Monoctus, there's no lizard people. Usually in games, I try to make myself as frail, bald, and pale as I can, no matter what game. So here's the lightest skin color. Give myself gray eyes. And I want to look really angry. All right, I'll be frowning. Actually, wait, no, I'll be indifferent. Hair shape, I hope is a bald option. Yes, okay. Be bald, angry, pale, dark elf with the lightest colored hair possible. Yourself an Andorian, bright blue. Right. Okay, and in this pre-alpha, they only have the 3 races, and I think the wizard, the Wizard, is the new one that wasn't in previous tests. And the only classes available, let me check the Discord really quick, are... the other Discord has all kinds of, advice and stuff about playing, so definitely check that out. EverCraft Online.com. So they suggest, if you're new to this, to play either warrior or rogue. Those are 2 that are in a good, or they say in a decent state, they say. Then next would be cleric, druid, magician, or necromancer. And classes that are still being tweaked pretty heavily are paladin and enchanter. And then in very early state is wizard, which is new to this pre-alpha. Okay. Well, here we go. See if it loads. Scarecrow class? That would be fun. Could walk at midnight. And we're all on the same server, so if anyone's playing right now, we can all find each other if you want. Big part of why I like necromancy is because they're more solo oriented. Whoa. And I haven't changed any options or anything, so... Oh, thank you. Stolistic. I think you're one of the developers, right? Yeah. Spirit of Wolf. Lets me run faster. This is first person, yeah. EverQuest was first person. And I think later on they added a chase camera. And for this game, they're pretty set on keeping it first person. I'm not going to read every word of all the lore text just to save time. I'll skim over it. Yep, got to find my guild. Push I to open inventory. Push G to say hello to NPCs. EverQuest, you'd push H for hail. But here you push G to greet. Okay. Can't remember how I usually organize all this. Because for me, I like having health and all that, like, front and center. Always annoys me in games when, like, health, like, critical information is way in the corner. I did a big rant about this in a different stream where it's like I'm pretty close to my monitor and to have critical thing like health and mana way in the corner. It's like my eyes just get tired going back and forth from the middle to the bottom right to the middle, the top right to the middle. It's like, so I like having everything, all the critical stuff, front and center. And then, you know, like target abilities. And in here, you always do bottom center too. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one. And I like visual representations, like having a meter that out of the corner of your eye, you can tell if it's high or low, rather than just a number. It's too much brain power to be interpreting a number when you're like, you know, life or death situations. Okay. What other information do we got? Currently there's no trading system, so you just have to drop stuff on the ground. Nice. Right click and hold items to see details. The first person to send a tell to Stylistic with the words, "I read the info book," will get a prize. Well, I assume other people have already got that prize. Okay. Person looking at me suspiciously. Are you in the stream? So you can kind of get a, what do they call, like a paper doll representation of yourself here. Here's all the different stats: strength, constitution, agility, dexterity, wisdom, intelligence, charisma, different resistances. Cryptic diary page. Even though music is nice, I'm gonna put the volume down a bit. I like just having ambient sound most of the time. Put this way down. Turn this up a bit. Well, they fixed this. I remember when I played the last version of this that I couldn't read any notes because it was like spawning the note way off my monitor and I couldn't see it. Okay, Zarina's kiss wakes Grixius, enrages Godrix, Mortas embraces Yzla, the dark priest, squirreled safely beneath the city. I must pursue the hiss. Be the thanatologist. Alright, I like those words. So, I did play this during the last test, so I am aware of where the secret evil underground city is. So as an evil race and evil class, there are certain members of this town who will kill me on sight. And it's usually going to be the holy related classes. So I think in EverQuest, yeah, when you click on characters and push C, you consider them. So it says they feel friendly towards me. But if I go over here to, where is it? Should be a church that has people that will immediately kill me. There are some suspicious symbols you can see here that can be found throughout the game, which I believe are related to the Rogues Guild. Gotta bust out a thesaurus for the word suspicious to avoid a like Pavlovian response to old dead internet memes. At least I wish they were dead. The memes. It's another symbol. Okay, this looks like the bank. What I'm looking for is the well. Oh, here's the place that I shouldn't be. Okay, so this guard is friendly towards me. Oh, this like courier feels hate towards me. And I wish the consider text in the bottom left corner there were color coded. You know, if they like me, it'd be green. If they hate me, it'd be red. So that guy will actually kill me if I get too close. And there's other stuff inside there that hates me as well. Well, thank you, Vlad, for bringing up the thesaurus. Dubious. It's a good word. Good to see an influx of dark elves. I think this guy has a good low-level quest. Yeah, I need sharpening stones. I can bring low-quality weapons to him, and he will sharpen them, and then I can resell them for some good money, if I remember correctly. You know, where is that well? And also, if you play a druid, I think it's just druid right now, you start in a totally different city, which I think is cool. I've never seen that city though, but I have a feeling I will be killed on sight if I go near any druidic stuff. Oh my god, where is this well? Did they move it? This is a open test. Anyone can join. Just go to EverCraft-Online.com and then click dashboard. Oh, here's the well. Click dashboard. You just put your email in, and you can get a link to play. And this test ends in like 2 hours, but there's a chance, probably a slim chance, that they might extend it further into Sunday. I think the last time we had this test, they extended it for us. Yep, here we go. All right. How do I swim up? Uh-oh, am I gonna drown? How do I swim upwards? I'm clicking. Oh, F. Wait, no? Okay, I think I have to stair step up. All right. Okay, to make it spookier, I'll there. Kind of wish the UI had a dark mode. So here is the skeleton. You can judge the quality of the game based on the quality of the skeleton. He is sliding around. Oh, there he goes. He looks cool and is filthy. I mean, who isn't? So if you were like a paladin or a cleric down here, the arisen sentries would probably kill you on sight, but because I am also evil, I can hang out down here. So I gotta look for... Zarina? I'll keep this open. Ooh, that's loud. This looks suitably evil. Let me go check this out. Got Nareem? Almeida? Any of these names? Mortas? These names seem familiar. What I like to say to prove that skeletons have superiority over other undead, and that flesh is something to be shed, is because when you look at how other forms of undead are portrayed, like look at a zombie. It's like a zombie is just a skeleton with a lot of burdensome flesh and viscera piled onto it, and zombies are brainless, and they usually just walking around barely functioning, barely doing anything. They're like so low leveled and can easily be killed and all that. But then you look at a skeleton. That's good timing. Look at a skeleton, and they oftentimes have roles like necromancers. They're like spellcasters, archers. They have intelligent roles that require a lot of like hand-eye coordination and stuff. So clearly, when you shed your own flesh, you gain a level of I guess added intelligence. So when you are a pure bone-like figure, you're more capable than one that has not shed the mortal coil like a zombie. Zombie only partially has, but when you're pure, you're maximizing your capabilities Thanks for the tip to start shedding my skin. Yeah, glad that can help. Okay, trying to find who I give this note to. Be the thanatologist. The flesh is the drop tank. You ditch those before going into a dogfight. Nice. Actually, I'll just talk to them and see what they say. Please be brief. I have much work to do. Shortings of ethereal dust, not helping matters. Usually quest-related stuff is contained in brackets. There's nothing to say. The tenuous veil of realms is pierced once more. The knowledge now accessible is not to be feared, but to be harnessed, wielded. True. I'll just give the note. I think it's just this dude. Yeah, because he's giving me my class abilities, so that means he's my guild master. There we go. Nice. So I have an initiate dagger, which usually are very bad weapons. We got Veil of Unliving, Supernal Torment. So it's like if you've played EverQuest, the conventions are very much here. Like everything that you would instinctively do in EverQuest, like, oh, you have the spell book that you use the bar at the side to open up, and I gotta memorize spells. So I go from the inventory item, click over here. Oh, I have to do scribe new spell. Oh, they put it. Okay, beginning to scribe Supernal Torment. Okay, let's do the other spell. I feel like I'm in like a suburban mom's haunted house experience during Halloween. You hear some bats fly by, a door creak. So, single target, supernal spirit sent out to torment your enemies with a brief spark of death. What a lovely room of death. So I'm going to add that to the hotbar. It's just someone deciding I'll make EverQuest with Minecraft. Well, there's really no aspect of Minecraft present here other than the way it looks. So this is like through and through a fans, like a group of EverQuest fans making their own take on EverQuest. And on the Discord, they go into more detail about like what sets it apart. Oh, I see. So this is following the same color conventions here, where yellow is a self-only buff and red is a target item. Oh, you should see what the classic EverQuest interface looks like. It was like the like the actual game was just a tiny rectangle in the middle, and the HUD was like 80% of the screen. And it was bright white marble too. So when you're in a dark place, you just couldn't see anything at all. But they later added a more customizable one where it was just looked like HTML1 levels of like website frames that you would resize, and just Arial font is very, very minimal, but I enjoyed that. The less HUD, the better, in my experience. Okay, I'm gonna be a heathen and put my spell bar right here next to all... Hey, I was gonna do that. Okay. I love rats, but unfortunately, for me to level, I need to fight rats. So kind of the newbie zone for evil stuff is this sewer, catacombs kind of place. I can go up above ground and stuff too, but it's going to be overcrowded with all of those good types. All right, so smuggler is too high leveled for me. Yellow con means it's a higher level, and in EverQuest, if something is even like 1 or 2 levels above you, like, it will kill you unless you are really good at kiting them. White is even con, it's your same level. So this sewer rat is also level 1. Alright, let's see if I can win my first combat encounter. I'll self-buff first. Oh god, that's loud. Okay, I'm gonna put that down. Okay, I wonder if I can move that. Okay, my buffs are in the top center. Let me put that effects volume down. So I think that just gave me armor. I will cast this. So now you take turns fighting, essentially like dice rolls here in the combat panel. Hits me for 2. Hit it for 1. And I win. Very exciting. And it dropped rat meat and skin. And an EverQuest to regenerate mana faster and health. You sit. So you see people sitting. Very riveting combat. I know, it's like if you don't normally play MMOs and you look at MMO style combat, it's like, it's extremely, it's like the opposite of Twitch based. You know, when you think of an FPS where it's like, oh, you're worrying about the hitboxes on the individual, on the model, and you're worrying about like all kinds of like spacing and things like that. But it's like MMOs, especially classic ones, all you really care about is just like the, have you come prepared to this fight? What you do then and there is much less of a deal than what you've established beforehand. And very soon I should be able to get a skeleton pet to assist me. A large rat, which cons red, which means it's like 3 or more levels above me. I don't think the large will assist the small. Let's see what happens. All right. And at a low level, you loot everything and sell everything. Oh, look at this guy with his skeleton pet. That'll be me soon. Pray at night, we stalk at night. We're the rats. I might go above ground, fight stuff there. There isn't a whole lot spawning down here right now. One of my favorite things about the rat song, especially the second one, the birthday song, a very satisfying sequence of words where it's celebrating yet another birthday bash. So it's rats, rats, we are the rats, celebrating yet another birthday bash. That sequence of words, celebrating yet another, celebrating yet another, celebrating yet another birthday bash. That is a very fun sequence of words to say. Michael, it's your birthday today. Spiderling hits can't find entity for 4 points. Oh, that sounds scary. Battling an unknown entity. It is kind of messed up how a lot of MMOs, low-level people that you fight are like poor people. Like, who are we to judge that this person is suffering in life and that they somehow deserve to just die? Like, oh yeah, I'm just fighting homeless people in the sewer. That's normal. Kind of fucked up. Not kind of, that's really fucked up. It is a fantasy world, so I guess, you know, that's how they deal with homeless problems in fantasy worlds, I guess. Oh, the spiders. Is this a real spider or is this a glitch spider? Because it's not letting me consider it. Oh, I think the server hiccuped. Okay, it's one level higher than me. See what helps is when you have the game's Discord open, and if you think there's a problem happening, just go to the support tab. If people are like, is the server crashing? Y or N? Yeah, it doesn't look like anything's happening. I think it's just laggy at the moment. Remember the last version of this that I played? I got high enough level where I was just like killing everything down here. Every beggar, every smuggler. Like I owned these sewers. But don't think in less than 2 hours I'll be able to get to that level again. I'm gonna go above ground. There's not enough low level stuff down here for me at the moment. I do wish I had a chase cam, but very adamant in saying that they only want first person. Oh, thank you for the follow, Viet Coffee. Also, I missed it earlier, but Vinyl Gase and Fabaray, thank you for the follows as well. Oh, the server is restarting right now. Restart incoming. Okay, so don't fight anything. Oh, please camp. Okay. And the reason this test exists is for the devs, so I'm glad they can figure out stuff that's wrong. Gonna kill server in 40 seconds. Damn, that's a way to put it. Won't let me camp. Can't camp. Yeah, looks like it's not letting me do it either. Guess we're stuck in purgatory. Yeah, there is a day-night cycle where, depending on the time of day, different stuff spawns. Different races have... Oh, there we go. Different races have different ability to navigate the night. Like dark elves can see in the dark. Other races have a much harder time. Okay, just monitoring the dev or the game's Discord. See what people are saying. Okay, I think they're just restarting. Password 123. Yeah, pre-alpha server offline currently. Still have an hour and a half left of this. If they extend the test further into the night, I'll probably keep playing for at least a little bit longer. Oh yeah, I turned the music off. Like, dun, 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 dun. There's another EverQuest-inspired game that is in the works by, or the game is called Monsters and Memories. If anyone was in the stream a few streams ago, I rated one of the people who is working on the game named A Loving Robot. He's a former developer on EverQuest. And they're also making an EverQuest-inspired game, except theirs is all original art. And they have like a whole art team. So a very different look from this one. And they have their own entire like complex lore. They have like 2 or 3 writers on the team. Their team is very big. And that's also a really cool one coming up. Monsters and Memories. If the game goes down, will you go back to LSD Game Jam games? Yeah, I'm thinking... Oh, refresh. There we go. Yeah, if the beta or the pre-alpha ends in a little less than 2 hours, I'll move on to doing the LSD Jam games, or I'll just do LSD on stream. No, but I'll move on to some of those because I collected a whole bunch of games that are inspired from that LSD Dream emulator. And we'll just do that for the rest of the night. See how this goes, though. You know, I'm back down here. I think... Yeah, stuff is responding a lot better right now, so I think the reset helped out a lot. Can anyone think of games that had particularly good necromancer gameplay? I know like Diablo 2 was the last time I ever put a lot of effort. Well, outside of EverQuest, Diablo 2 is one where playing necromancer is pretty fun. Mostly because it was like very involved. Like you're constantly summoning stuff over and over again and doing like corpse explosion or whatever. Remember we had like a golem in addition to undead. Skyrim had an undead mod. Really? Oh, I think Great Zot was playing that undead mod. I always thought the representation of necromancers in Skyrim was cool, but I was disappointed that I wasn't able to play as one. So I tried to like get as close as I could by just doing like all undead related spells. And then I would go into necromancer areas and steal all their stuff. That does kind of look like they're wearing underwear on their faces. No, I can't unsee that. Women's underwear. Oh god. These must be like anime protagonist smugglers. Anti-smugglers. Oh god. No. Ooh, look at this skeleton. Very, very sneaky, clipping out of the world. See, this is a gold mine. If you can find a NPC at your level that's holding a weapon, 'cause those weapons sell for like more than anything else at this level. Sorry, my skeleton brethren, but I need your bones to make my own servant to be used against you later. It's a game called Eratus, which is a roguelike mixed with Darkest Dungeon. Does that have interesting undead slash evil related stuff that you can do? Actually, there is that specifically necromancer related game that I think is coming out recently. It was in one of the demo days on Steam. I played it. I didn't stream it, but it was all right. Have to see what the final release is like. Oh, it's running away. Oh no, this NPC values its own life. Now I feel even worse. I wish there was an indicator that auto attack is on. Like in EverQuest, be like bright red flashing over your health if you have auto attack enabled. Neverwinter Nights might have had some Necromancer builds. Yeah, Neverwinter Nights, the game, the computer game, was another game that I played a bunch as a kid, but didn't really understand how to play, so I didn't really get as much out of it as I would have, you know, older. Can I loot player corpses? No. Okay, I think this person takes spider stuff. Well, I don't have any spider stuff currently. Like, who do I sell my garbage to? I think in here? We got a bottle of water. So I can sell this for 8 copper. Oh, and just like EverQuest, this has 4 different levels of currency. Not pay-to-win currency. I know currency is kind of gained a bad reputation these days, but there's copper, silver, gold, and platinum. And there's 10 copper and a silver, 10 silver and a gold, 10 gold and a platinum. I think I don't need this for anything else. I know an easy trap to fall into when you are playing MMOs is to forget what you're trying to do. Like, you get into the mindset of just grinding or experience. But I always try to give myself a goal. So what I'm gonna do, see how much it costs for me to get my skeleton pet. And I'll work towards that. Okay, who sells my spells? Who spells my cells? Summon Infernal Minion. I don't think these are the right ones, because that's way too expensive. I wish I could sort this by level. Okay, this is... Oh, it is level 1. Okay, so I need 2 silver, 6 copper. Level 49 Necromancer spell. Oh my god. I already have that one. Veil of Unliving. I have that already too. Heart from Stone. Yeah, everyone in the global chat are begging for them to extend this a few more hours. Yeah, I think a lot of what it takes to capture the EverQuest feel is to not have the interface tell you what you should be doing at any given time. Like, there's no quest markers, there's no map. Like, stuff you only learn things and progress things if you want to. At no point was I told to go and do anything. I just happened to remember how to play this since the last time I played. Oh, here's a lot more stuff. Nothing. Kinda wish my experience meter was on the screen at all times. I'm halfway to level 2 currently. Okay, I forget how quickly you get your health and mana back when you're this low level. Uh-oh, is the server struggling? Oh, there it goes. So I know there's a lot of stereotypes about, like, the average noob zone mobs. You usually think about slimes. Rats and snakes and stuff. Can anyone think of, in MMOs, any unusual noob mobs that aren't just the standard snakes and rats and all that? I'm trying to think. There was it? I think some of the noob zones in WoW, there was like low-level murlocs, fish people types of things. And this game's going much more for, you know, standard low levels, or standard fantasy game affair. I always think it's fun when at a low level zone where you would just, your city is just constantly under attack by something. So even at a low level, you feel like you're contributing because it's like, oh, there is an ongoing war. If I can even take out one of these low level things, I feel like I'm helping. Right now, I'm just like picking fights with innocent rats in the sewer. Like, what did they do to me? Nothing. I tend to not use shortcuts, like keyboard shortcuts. It's some reason it's easier for me with like muscle memory to I'm gonna move this real quick. Easier for me to just click everything rather than to memorize keyboard shortcuts. That's also why I end up putting everything in close, clickable proximity. Zombie crabs. What game was that in? I was watching other people stream this, and it looks like one of the best low-level experience areas are fighting a bunch of crabs on the coast. I remember it got so popular in the previous version, previous pre-alpha, that there was just crowds of people just fighting crabs. I think because there's just so many of them. And something I enjoy with necromancers in games, at least in EverQuest it was this way, is that they don't really have a particular role. And I'm always a fan of classes that are just like mixed bags of what's the word? Grab bags, whatever, of how they can contribute to a group. Like there's always classes like clerics and things where it's very obvious what they're supposed to be doing, and it's obvious when they aren't fulfilling that role. But with like necromancers, in EverQuest anyway, it was like you're always kind of hesitant to have them in your group because it depends on the individual how they're going to handle a role. So what I liked was being able to fill in missing roles to the best that I could. Like in EverQuest, I could had some like janky crowd control spells where if we were overwhelmed, I could temporarily like memory wipe things so that they would no longer be aggroed to the team, or I could root something that was really powerful so it couldn't move to go and attack. I know, I love ambiguity. I like being a variety of things rather than being the best at one thing. And if you're like a really invested necromancer, what you could do is, it's really risky, but you could like fear kite stuff that was too powerful or that was too much for your group to handle at one time. It's like fear kiting is, like fear makes a mob run away. If you slow them down and make them run away, they won't be attacking anyone. But you have to keep an eye on them because they might go and aggro more things to your group. And one of the most fun group dynamics I ever had was I was a necromancer and I was grouped with a wizard, and an enchanter. So we are a full, like, caster group. Robe casters, for that matter. Like an EQ, robe casters are like the kind of when you what you would stereotypically think of as a caster, like they're focused entirely on spells and that's it. Whereas other casters are like more hybrid ones, like druids and shaman that can wear armor and they have some level of melee fighting and things like that. Shadow knights. But so basically we're all very fragile. We had no tank. We had no support, and we were just running around in a big open field and fighting giants, where I would fear stuff and get it to run away, and the wizard would just continuously nuke the things. And wizards and EQ are notorious for taking on way more aggro than they can handle because their spells do so much damage that that they'll fully aggro whatever they cast on. So they have to be very careful when they cast their spells. But in our case, I was in charge of keeping things feared and running away, while the wizard was just going ham and like blowing through mana, doing crazy damage, and had to make sure that the thing never reached the wizard. And then our enchanter, which in EverQuest, enchanters are kind of like they're like a crowd control focused class, because they can charm. They can make mobs fight for them, evil things to fight on their side, and the charm breaks. So they have to manage when the charm breaks that they'll almost die instantly depending on how powerful the thing is that they charm. So they got to be careful with that. But when they do have this thing on their side, it can do way more damage than anyone else's pets. So that was kind of a fun, like, high risk, high reward aspect of enchanters, is that they're balancing mind control of wiping memories, charming things, handling how mobs interact with their group, doing all that kind of stuff. So like when I was in that group, we were accumulating so many other things that were attacking us at the time. So I was focused on doing damage over time to our target, poisoning it, keeping it running. And the wizard was in charge of doing just nuke damage. And then the enchanter was in charge of peeling away all the other things that we had aggroed at the time. And it was like one of the most fun MMO moments I've ever had. We didn't know each other. We weren't on a voice call or anything. It was late at night and we just happened to be online at the same time. It was a really fun dynamic. Like, yeah, we don't need tanks. We don't need any of that. We're just all casters all the time. A game that had spirits or specters as low-level fodder. It's always interesting. It's like there's some games where there's ghosts and you could just like fight a ghost with a sword. Like, how does that work? Almost level 2. In an EQ we say you're almost gonna ding. And then you say ding, it's when you level. But in modern times, I think it's like funny. Think about like, oh god, I'm gonna ding. Almost there. Yeah, for me it's a lot more fun when you have a situation where you need to adapt to unusual circumstances, more so than like, you know, going through the motions and doing exactly what you have to do to get something done. I think it's fun to be like, oh shoot, I couldn't predict this is going to happen, so now I got to do this, and this person will do this, and Like, I remember with my cleric, I had one of the, like, clutchest heals I've ever done in the game, where it was, this is another you had to be there situation, so it's not going to be very interesting, but so trains happen constantly in EverQuest, where it's like, because mobs aggro other mobs, and EverQuest has no leashing mechanics, meaning that if you're in a zone and something's chasing you, it will follow you forever. The only way to get rid of it is to leave the zone or have like a CC class pull it off of you or something. But so stuff is just chasing you forever. So as a result, that if you're in a zone where stuff is very close to one another, you will accumulate tons of things. So they call it a train when there's an overwhelming amount of stuff chasing you. So you'll see in global chat people like, train, 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 and then a few seconds later, like 40 things in a big glitchy polygon mess will be like lagging its way up the stairs as you see like a low-level person struggle to run to the exit. So, and that's, so I had a situation where I was in a group, our group got obliterated. If anyone that plays EverQuest, we were in Crushbone when this happened. Ton of orcs chasing us down. None of them gave massages or anything either, so it was a false advertising. But they were chasing us, and we were being beaten to the ground, and our tank was like at the zone line, maybe an inch away from zoning. They got knocked unconscious, so they weren't dead. They got knocked out. They had purple health, meaning that this is like, you know, the last tiny fragment of their life left. I was almost dead. Stuff was fighting me. And I managed to heal the tank just a tiny bit enough where they regained consciousness and could zone, but because of the time it took me to cast a spell to heal them, I aggroed everything from healing him, and they all killed me. He got revived and zoned and made it out alive, and then I died. So it's like all in a matter of like 2 or 3 seconds, I saved this tank's life and I died on their behalf. And then he's like, dude, that was like the clutchest heal I've ever seen. And then they logged in on one of their higher levels later and like buffed my character crazy high after all that. Like, I appreciate your sacrifice. You know, healers in games are usually underappreciated for what they do. Ooh, pickaxe. Keeping bones for myself. Skeleton. I think the next thing I kill will level me to 2. I might be able to afford a pet spell after this. Yeah, healers can win games. You know, like the medic in TF2. Believe it or not, my most played class in Team Fortress 2 is the medic. My top 3 classes are medic, heavy, and engineer. My least played class, I think, is soldier. And even though I like the spy a lot, just for such an interesting class to play, I almost never play spy in TF2. I think it's just too mentally taxing of a class to try to understand how to play well at any given time. Like, I want to be good at playing spy, but my brain can't handle it. Oh, my buff faded. That's why I'm probably taking more damage than usual. a piercingly loud sound. Got like an hour and 15 minutes left. Hello, Tevin. Another player here. I know, it's like, this is an MMO with, there's like, I don't know, like 80 other players or something like that. Oh yeah, ding. Level 2. I didn't even notice. Yay. Tons of other players right now, and I'm here alone in the sewers next to nobody. Oh, I'm out of mana. Oh my god, if I'm gonna die right after leveling, it's gonna be sad. Oh, I think I have it. Alright. So I think I can afford my pet spell if I sell everything. I remember I played Spy a lot doing man vs. machine. Because you're playing against, dumb bots that you can predict, and you get like 30 backstabs in a row, and it's really satisfying. Oh, I gotta sell. Why is the attack not doing damage to me? I think it was. If you look at the combat log down in the middle here, look at all these players. Yeah, people with blue names are other players. We got Gangsta, Kelly, famous evil necromancer Kelly, and Zilnata. Yeah, sometimes there's misses. Sometimes there's hits. Yeah, not every hit will do damage. And your level is... or your experience level also affects the likelihood that something will hit you. I've never fully understood it, but the system that they had on EverQuest, which I imagine is similar here, for how combat works, is so messy. Like, there's just all these weird math things going on. Where it's like, oh, so the amount of damage you take depends on... it's like, oh, well, you have armor class, so like AC, and then you have your ATK, like your attack rating. So like when you swing your weapon at a NPC, the amount of damage they take depends on your level, experience level, compared to them, and the attack rating of your weapon combined with your strength rating, and then the amount of damage that they take depends on your armor class rating and their agility. And agility is like the likelihood that they'll dodge an attack, and then their resistances, and it's just like, ooh, like I never actively think of all that while playing. I'm usually just looking at what's happening in the combat log, and if it looks good or bad, like, oh, I'll do more of what seemed like it worked. Oh yeah, 1 silver, 1 copper for a broken weapon. That's exactly what I need. Don't think... okay, I'll sell these. Okay, I think I can afford to buy a pet. It's gonna be a sad little like gnome skeleton, but hey, I'll take what I can get. Yeah, damage, evasion. I think agility and EverQuest likes. Agility determines your ability to evade damage. Or mitigate damage, or whatever the term is. Yeah, every battle you gotta whip out a pen and paper and be doing quick maths to figure out if you can win this battle or not. Infernal Minion. Hell yeah. Alright, we've acquired the ability to summon a skeleton. Very excited. You can tell in my voice. And it's hard to tell if I'm excited or not about anything. I guess that's just me. Scribe. Yeah, similar with Pokemon. Only stat you care about is HP becoming 0. And I feel like that this could be totally wrong, but what term you use for health or hit points, whatever term you use kind of represents what games you played most growing up. Like, I played FPSs mostly growing up, and we always called it health. There's your health meter, and if you played mostly RPGs, you call it HP, because like RPGs have all of their points. There's like MP and HP and AC. So if you call it HP, you're probably more of an RPG person. If you call it health, you're probably more of an FPS person. You can tell I'm excited about something if I talk a lot about it. True. Yeah, I'm the least clippable channel on Twitch because I don't have like big reactions to anything. Okay, so going to memorize Infernal Minion. At will, you may conjure a servant of death to fight for you with undying loyalty. And it's memorizing. Oh yeah, they don't have the crafting system in the game yet, despite it being called EverCraft. That's not in the game yet, from what I understand. Alright, get ready to witness the servant of death, servant of undying loyalty. Summoning. Damn, look at this servant of death. You can almost see him down on the floor there. Gabarn. Actual child labor. It's like a baby skeleton that's fighting for me. Yeah, it's kind of immoral, isn't it? Okay, how am I going to organize this? Yeah, I'll put pet health and commands. I'll put group over here. Okay, this HUD is getting messy. Barely see him, it's so dark. I could buy a torch, but I think those are expensive. Wait, how much were they? Yeah, you follow me around. Oh wait, torch guy is out here. Shifty dark elf. Every time I see the word shifty, I think it says shitty. Go talk to the shitty dark elf. Fuck that guy. Makeshift torch. 1 gold. I don't have that kind of money. Screw that. Hate elves. Simple as. Shouldn't have pinched me bone chips. Simple as. Oh, I didn't even know. Oh, Oh, I just watched someone else summon their skeleton. Brings a tear to my eye. But we just casually have pools of blood down here. Like, I wonder how they maintain this. Like, do we put new blood? Where was that weird... Oh, here it is. The secret spot. Ooh, abundance of skeletons. And I'm glad they don't assist each other. Otherwise, I would die instantly. Okay, so here's my servant. He's going to fight for me for the first time. But I have to actively fight too. Otherwise, he'll die very fast. Wow, okay, my pet did way more damage than I did there. He's hitting for 5. I'm hitting for like 1. Bone on bone action. Yeah, that's kind of fucked. My pet is doing so much more damage to me that he's like taking aggro, which I guess that's the whole point. So keep it up. Keep your bone up. You're playing Overlord at the moment, all the elves are really mopey and depressing? Really? It seems like elves in general are like... They're never really happy. Or really sad. They're just more... They have life together. They have their shit together and they're intelligent. Don't really express emotion. I've always liked playing as races with unusual skin tones, like blue or green. Blue is preferable. So I don't really like playing as orcs, because they tend to be more muscle-oriented. I like classes that are races in games that are more like lanky and pathetic and weak, but they have great intellectual power. Might be able to take on a spider. Okay, Gabarn. Let's see if we can take out a spider. Oh no, the spider might assist though and kill me. Okay, where's my escape route if that happens? I think I have to go... Gangsta down here. Alright, there's my escape route. If the spiders overtake me. An NPC just shouted something. Fear not, citizens. The undead who plague these lands will finally rest. Adler's judgment is soon coming. Oh, I hope that guy gets killed. Sounds like a very priesty thing to say. Yeah, the classic MMO experience where combat of nearby groups is logged in the same place as your own combat. So now, like, I don't even know how to read what's going on. I'm just looking at health meters. Uh-oh, we're not doing too good here. I'm about to die. Oh no. No! Ooh! 2% health. No, its spider is fleeing. If the spider didn't flee, I would have died right there. Wow. Okay, almost died. Now I'm walking even slower because of it. So I gotta sit down. Yeah, dark elves are cool, high elves are snobs, and wood elves are annoying. That sounds about right. So what's the deal with tieflings? Why is everyone so obsessed with tieflings? I don't even know what that is. People that play D&D are like so like excited to talk about their tiefling. Yeah, pet literally saved my life in that situation. You have 1 hour left of the pre-alpha test. No sign on if they're going to extend it or not. People are begging, hoping they do. Yeah, I should be my pet's pet. They're more powerful than I am. I'm just looking at other people streaming the game right now. There is someone else, it's Kenster, who's streaming this right now, who looks to be way higher level than me. Go check him out if you want to see like higher level gameplay. There's also Coffee 1UP. I'm not going offline or anything, I'm just saying there's some other people streaming this. Tiefling is a child of a demon or devil. Oh, is that why they're like tricksters? They're probably up to all kinds of dirty things. The internet has their obsession with anything that's even like mildly horny. They're like, oh. I hear like erotic things associated with tieflings all the time. Makes me worried. But so if they're little devil characters, I guess it would make sense. But on the game's Discord, posted a screenshot where they reached the edge of the world. Always annoys me when something clearly should have or should drop something. Like you defeat a skeleton and it doesn't drop any bones. It's like, well, what was I fighting then? It's like a synthetic skeleton. Didn't have actual real bones. Tieflings sound like Hobbs from Fable. Children that turned into little evil bastards. Isn't that just all children? LOL, LMAOROFL, XD. Yeah, I'm initiating all the fights. That's why it feels sad. I'm just walking around killing rats that didn't want any, that had nothing wrong with me. Yet I come along and kill them. They're below my level right now too, so they're just more of a quantity or over quality. Yeah, it's something has a sword and you kill it and it doesn't drop a sword. That's one of the worst things. Normally when I play EverQuest, I always switch to like third-person views to get a good view on the combat that's happening. So you can see everything that's going on. Because it's kind of hard to tell in first-person games. Like, I'm just clicking a bunch of stuff because I know what's happening, but for people watching, they might not catch what I'm clicking. Not that I'm doing anything very complex right now, but... like, that's how I feel when I watch people play, like, do a raid in World of Warcraft. It's like, I don't even know what buttons are being pressed, what's casting on what. It's just... so many inputs are happening that I haven't the slightest clue of. Yeah, they had gear, but it was ruined because I killed them so hard. Yeah, nice. The ruins spread upon our lands are soon over. Good people of Leont, join the Temple of Alder and know what it means to be saved. Another holy man added to the kill list. What's his name? Ryan Althael. Even though they're probably like level 50 and would one shot kill me. So... I think just so we can see more players, I'm gonna go check on what spells I should be working towards, and then I'm gonna go above ground just so we can check out more gameplay than Dark Cave Rat Killing Simulator. Okay, first of all, I gotta sell all this. I was originally going to make a druid, because I hadn't played them in here before. And druids get a spell that increases your run speed, and I was going to like run around and explore places I hadn't seen before. But when I realized that I had really limited time to play, I figured I'd just try to get as far as I could with my familiar class instead. Okay. Some of these could be quest items that I'm selling. Spirit of the Wolf, yes. I like how they kept the exact name. Like EverQuest had Spirit of Wolf. That was the one I was talking about earlier where it's like everyone wants that spell cast on them because it just increases everything. I mean, it makes you run faster, but when you can move faster in a game like this, it opens up a lot of new possibilities. Because if you can even slightly outrun a mob, that could mean that you could take something out that's higher level than you. Oh damn, we got Solid Snake here. Shirtless dude with an eye patch. Okay, I'm the same level as a beggar. I'll see if I can take one out. Self buff. Oh yeah, and clarity. Clarity is in EverQuest, increases your mana regen. And that's something that sets classic MMOs like EQ out from modern ones, is that there's a lot of downtime. Like your mana, like you'll run out of mana often. I mean, if you're being a good team member, you probably won't let all your mana ever completely run out because you need to have extra in case of like emergencies. But when I was playing modern WoW, I felt like I never had to worry about my mana at all. It was just, I always had more than enough, and I was just constantly casting all the time in combat. I wasn't used to that. I was used to the EverQuest where it's like, okay, I'll cast this spell like once during this encounter, maybe twice. And there's no item that you can take. Like you can't just drink water or whatever to get mana back. Like mana, there's very few things that will give you mana quicker in EverQuest. All right, I'm gonna fight this beggar. I don't think they help each other, so this should be good. I'll let my pet take the aggro. Oh, we're actually doing really well. Now I just feel bad. All right. Smuggler is going to be too much. Let's go check out the above ground for a bit. Change of scenery. Mana is more of a concern at higher levels in WoW. Yeah, I didn't make it very high level. I was not feeling it. I was playing a plague warlock. Is that what it is? I was having fun doing that, but it's just everything else surrounding it just wasn't very fun to me. Oh god, the sun. Ugh. Look at all these dead player bodies. Vala's corpse. Charm's corpse. Ooh, skeleton with a sword. Oh, he aggroed me. Like, attacked me first. Very confident one. Oh, hey, I can sell this for a lot of money if I get a sharpening stone. Affliction warlock, yeah. Hello, Drahar. Also, thank you for the follow, Lux Calterna. And also, Hidden Tree Dev. Hey! The head creator of this game is following me. Welcome. We've been enjoying my time here. I was in the previous, pre-alpha as well. Uh-oh, Holy Warriors. Okay, this is why Dark Elf Necromancers don't go above ground. All these holy folks will instantly kill me. So I'll go over this way. Yeah, dev in chat. I'm sure you're getting dozens of messages, people wanting you to extend the alpha, pre-alpha, because we have like 45 minutes left. I remember last time when it was getting near the end, a bunch of the developers came in and were spawning just crazy things that weren't in the game currently. There's like giant stuff. There's like a spectacular display of like all kinds of craziness. Oh, hello. The dev right here. Titanus? Wait, how do... Wave. Yeah. Oops. Dull two-handed sword. Look at that, he's like glowing with holy light, ready to take on the world. Wish I could see myself dance. Thanks for the follow, Drihar. You might stay up a bit, keep the servers rolling until you pass out. Ooh. You heard it here first, folks. Water aspect. I'm afraid that fight a water thing. I feel like it's going to have resistance to melee or something like that. Uh-oh. Holy man on his way over here. Let's see if I can pull the Scootal without aggroing him. Uh-oh. It's getting close. I don't know how far his, like, aggro range is. Are we going to witness a fight? No, I guess not. Well, I assume a lot of people watching now are probably playing the game currently. Did anyone get a chance to play Wizard for a while? No, Wizard was the newest one that was added. Curious how that plays. Like, is it a lot like EverQuest, I imagine, where wizards just deal out, like, the most nuke damage? And they take all the aggro and get themselves killed instantly. I feel like that happens a lot. Neutral? Okay, I'm not going to kill a bunny. It's adorable. Hey, it's just like EverQuest with like the loot bug, where it's like you don't have permission to loot this. You don't have permission to loot this. I'm guessing that corpse isn't actually there. Something really evil that happens in EQ was like mobs using identical models, but they're greatly different in level. So you're like, oh, a decaying skeleton. All right, I can handle that because it has the same model. But it turns out it's like a militia skeleton. It's like 10 levels higher and immediately kills you and everyone you've ever loved in like one fell swoop. Land shark in Leont. Crazy stuff being spawned in the town. I should go check it out. Let's see if I can afford a sharpening tool, because I think I can sharpen dull weapons and sell them for a lot more. There are other quests going on right now too, or potential quests. Oh, I forgot to go check what spells to buy next. Oops. Well, I'll just get money in the meantime. We got... A lot of stuff. There's the scary place. That dude that was shouting all kinds of anti-necromancer propaganda was, I believe they're from inside this area. So one of these days, we're gonna go in there and just like spread disease around the place. We'll solve everything. I know there's so many dead bodies. Yeah, necromancers should be able to just like, well, this wouldn't work, but necromancers should be able to do things to player corpses, and by things I mean like magical, you know. What would they do? Be able to pull bone chips out of a dead body or something. That'd be cool. Hey, you got a new necromancer looking for the necromancer guild. All right, well, I guess he'll just keep running. You can see why people really value movement speed increase spells. You can see how slow. This is the fastest I can move. Okay. Remember during the last test, I was able to buy sharpening stone. I think at one of the nearby spots. The inn, maybe? Still think it's crazy that so many RPGs let you use a scythe as a weapon. Wonder if there's a YouTube video that shows like someone attempting to use a scythe as a weapon, because I feel like it's like wildly impractical. It's like it's a bladed weapon with an inward facing blade. So it's like it'd be so situational when it would actually be effective as like a weapon against another living thing. I guess you could use the big pointy tip to attempt to like stab it into something, but hmm. I don't think I can wear any of this armor. Usually casters can't wear. Oh, this is wool. I thought this was leather. Okay, so I can wear this. But it's very expensive, Douglas. Fear not, citizens. The undead who plague these lands will finally rest. Alder's judgment is soon coming. Yeah, right, bub. I'll believe it when I see it. Uh-oh. Gamecraft. Okay. Everyone still there? Oh man, that was a pretty hard crash. It like messed up Windows. Like Discord and stuff isn't updating. Whoops. Okay. The stream should still be up. I gotta reopen some tabs. All right. And now I can see the chat again. Can you guys see the stream okay? Is it still going? If you said anything earlier, I missed it. It's back? Okay. Yeah, the game did some kind of really hard crash. I don't know if that makes sense. That closed the game, but it also crashed OBS. And then like my Windows interface was messed up. I had to like close and reopen stuff. Otherwise it just wouldn't update at all. That was weird. I've had that kind of crash before in other games. Not very often though. Oh, I switched it back to the intro screen because the game crashed. I'll reopen the game. I think it might have been that I ran out of memory. Is that what happened? Because I have a lot of Chrome tabs open right now. I know Chrome is notorious for taking up a lot of memory. I'm looking at my stuff, my task manager. Okay, Chrome is taking about half of my memory right now. And OBS is taking about half of my GPU. Okay, let's see what happens when I open the game. Wonder how much that uses. Okay, it's using a lot of CPU. And capture this. Come on. There we go. Nothing too crazy right now. Okay, now it went down. EverCraft Online is using 4% CPU, 20% GPU. See what happens when I get in game. Password 123. There's me. Angry, pale, bald man. Kind of like real life. I don't think Twitch will treat it like the stream went down. Hopefully this can all be one VOD. That'd be really annoying if I had to piece the VODs together for YouTube. All right, so our in-game, EverCraft is using 4 gigs of RAM, 33% GPU, 30 CPU. Oh, hey, Desert P Raid. Hey, hello there, Luigi guy. I recognize that name. So everyone's gonna ask, what Minecraft mod is this? And I'm gonna have to inform you all that this is not Minecraft, despite how it may look. This is EverCraft Online, and it is currently in pre-alpha testing right now for free. The testing for today is going to be ending relatively soon, probably in the next hour or so, maybe. We'll see. But it's free and anyone can play it right now if you want to. Here, I'll put a link in chat if anyone wants to check it out. You just go to evercraftonline.com and then you just give your email in the dashboard and you'll get a link. But the game is inspired by classic MMO EverQuest, which for me, I played tons of EverQuest growing up. It's a very open-ended MMO. Like it was famous for being what influenced how MMOs were made later on. The primary influence for World of Warcraft. But yeah, there's no maps, there's no quest markers. It's very bare bones compared to modern MMOs. Jaredine. Oh yeah, your name came from classic EverQuest. Nice. Yeah, I remember my name Monotonist. I think I came up with 10 years ago or something because I didn't really have a consistent identity back in 1999 or so. Uh, but obviously, the only similarity this has to Minecraft is that it's using kind of a like a world building tool thing that follows the Minecraft style, but the gameplay is nothing like it at all. It's a lot like classic MMOs. Like right now I'm playing as a dark elf necromancer because anytime I'm given a chance to play as a necromancer, I absolutely will. Oh, I forgot this is a feature now. I should do this. / shout out Desert P. Okay, Chatty doesn't know that command yet, so let me manually do that real quick. Even though I'm sure you all are probably already following Desert P, but just in case. My first time actually using this feature. There we go. Cool. Okay, so my current quest is that I'm looking for a way to sharpen some stones, or a sharpening stone so that I can sharpen dull weapons that I took off some dead guys. And I'm going to resell them back. And I don't think the inn, or whatever this is going to have any sharpening stones. What on earth is going on out here? Oh god. Devs are doing crazy shit. Look at this. Scar. This enormous wolf. Rock Claw's corpse. Green names are the developers. Blue names are other players. Yeah, I'll turn the music back up. Oh, you guys weren't hearing audio this whole time. There we go. Sorry. I forgot because the stream crashed a little bit. Just a little bit. I forgot to put it back on. Yeah, Enigma here. Hey, Inner Evil, look. Plague Doctor mask. Who's this guy? His name is Fashion? Fashion is like a 30-foot tall, like, bearded man, I guess. Quotas being met. Uh-oh, someone aggroed fashion. Look at him awkwardly run at a low speed. Oh, Will-O-Wisp. So this stuff normally is not in the game. Right now the devs are giving us a show. A small beach crab's corpse hits you for 3 damage. Oh, crabs are immortal. Oh, he has a skull staff. Remember in EverQuest as a kid, it was one of my dreams was to have a staff with a skull on it as a bab. And when I played Project 1999, I was able to finally acquire said staff. Like, well, now my childhood is complete. What these guys drop? Oh, I gotta be careful. There's that courier will kill necromancers if he walks through here. Uh-oh. Got a dog, man. The glowing cube is a Will-O-Wisp. The forest spirit. Oh yeah, there was that, like you said, mech, that famous Ultima Online moment where Lord British, there was some kind of, well, like, okay, one of the lead devs of Ultima, Lord British, guy with a huge ego, he was showing up in game, and they had to do some kind of like server reset thing, and his invincibility was turned off. So a player infamously killed the head developer of the game. That became like one of the most remembered moments in Ultima Online history. He was burned alive, that's right. There's a video about it. Thanks for the follow, Bredson. Look at all these hackers, unbelievable. He has a flaming sword. Reminds me of the Soulfire. Anchi villager? Hey, are these tieflings that we were just talking about earlier? Tiny little, like, devil elf things. Yeah, what does Hanchi even mean? I don't know. Oh no, I was instantly killed by something. Uh-oh. Oh well, pretty sure his character's gonna be wiped anyway. After the test goes offline. What was I killed by? It's killed by the guy that was shouting all the like anti-necromancer hate speech earlier just killed me. So I guess I've been put in my place. It reminds me of Tibia Online when the GMs didn't have invincibility, so when they're called out to deal with a PKer, the PKer would just kill the GM. That is unbelievable levels of trolling. So, in classic MMOs, usually when you die, you lose experience and all of your stuff is on your dead body. So here's my dead body. Look at this handsome fellow just chilling. Dog is named Thrasher. And it's charmed currently. Wait, so a player is controlling this massive dog? Feels aggressive towards me. Are we gonna have illegal dog fighting here? Uh-oh. Oh, he's attacking. I thought he was, like, assuming the position. Oh, you're right, it is a polar bear. Yeah, really short ears, short tail. Yeah, almost a TOS moment. Bear fights. These sorts of moments before an MMO goes offline are always just so interesting to me. Like, I remember when I was in, like, the beta of Guild Wars 1, at the end of days before the test went offline, like, everyone just gives up on their hopes and dreams. We just all, like, sit around awkwardly just watching goofy stuff happen. Like, I remember there was, like, ArenaNet people running around. And we had, like, a big conga line going. It kind of makes you think of, like, in real life. Like, if we knew a meteor was going to hit Earth, it would definitely destroy all of Earth. Everyone just kind of gives up on everything they're doing. Like, oh yeah, I don't have to worry about... Whoa. Worry about marriage or a career or anything. The world's going to end. Let's just all, like, hang out and have a good time. Holy crap. The Awaken, is this my lord? I would worship this. Or the Awoken. So here's the most woke mob in the game, and someone just aggroed it and is now running away. Oh. Yep, polar bear has activated the speen. I know, I need some evil gods to worship. Oh yeah, I remember that. During the testing phases of Sea of Thieves, people just, like, hang out together. And I thought it was a really nice touch in Sea of Thieves. When the servers were about to go down, it would fade to black. It wouldn't just be like, server going down, and it glitches out and crashes or whatever. It'd be like the end of a movie, fade to black. Then the server's offline. It's like in RuneScape's League's End. People sit around the spawn and drop all the valuables. You know, there's this really, I guess, socially, culturally interesting how people's behaviors and multiplayer games can drastically change. Like, you don't have to run around and shoot other players. Just the game encourages you to. Like, I mean, people who watch my channel regularly know I love Easter eggs and ARGs and stuff, so I've spent a lot of time in games like Battlefield, where we're just in a server where no one's fighting each other. We're just all like solving puzzles together. Like we're in World War I, and we have German army and like French army just hanging out in the chateau together, pushing the use key on candelabras to make tiles on the floor glow. Even bringing horses inside. I remember there's just like 5 horses solving puzzles together. Everyone's huge. Oh, no, I'm huge. Look at me. We're all huge. Bet being huge doesn't, like, increase your strength by, like, 200 or something. What is that? It's making that noise. Oh, Thrasher. The microscopic polar bear. Venomous broodmother. Damn. How does he do it? Bognar here is like 1 level above me and he's fighting the venomous broodmother. Just when we all thought we were big, this person needs to be bigger. Morriganna. Yeah, I know in the case of Sea of Thieves, that is the most debated point ever in that game's history is PvP versus PvE. Now, people that really want to do just PvE don't want to be dealing with people that just want to do PvP, but PvPers want the ability to have it be open-ended, where it's like there's always a risk anywhere you go at any time that you could be attacked. And it's just, I don't know. I feel like there's so much to do in the game now that you could go off and do non-player versus player stuff, and other players will be so occupied with other things that you might not even run into them ever. Are people dueling now? Oh wait, no, we're fighting this microscopic polar bear. It's so tiny. I can't even target it, it's so small. Oh, it's almost dead. Oh, there it is. So in theory, the servers should go offline in like 20 minutes. No, 10 minutes. But considering all the devs are running around in here, we'll see. Yeah, it's kind of the weird thing with Sea of Thieves too. It's like you can go for a very long time not seeing anyone at all. But then it's like, well, I want to interact with other players, and so a player shows up, and then that player that you wished you would come across just kills you. It's like, okay, I want to find other players, but I don't want them to kill me. But a lot of people, that's the biggest thrill of the game, is that they want the potential to be able to just kill anyone. But like, video games have primed us for so long that when you see another player, you want to kill. Need to kill player if you see another player. So of course, given the opportunity, they're gonna kill. Which I don't like that. I've never really been much of a PvP person in general, but it's just like growing up, being an old person like I am, that the vast majority of multiplayer games are player versus player growing up. So it's like that's all you had. So I'm glad that there's a lot more cooperative games these days, but sometimes it's frustrating where it's like, I love everything about this one game, but I wish I didn't have to fight other players, or whatever game it may be. There's someone named Name in here now. He's very confused why everyone is big. Oh no! Uh-oh. I think the world just got deleted. Thanks for the follow. Cat food. Oh no, I'm too big to go up the stairs. Oh, okay. Oh wait, so like my hitboxes are actually are larger, not just my appearance. Was there a bulk bogan? Okay, I can't fit through the gate. Oh, hey, Sphinx. Yeah, unfortunately, the servers are... Oh, thank you, tree. Hidden tree. The servers are, like, going offline any minute now, fortunately. There's 2 cities in the game right now. Yeah, you made a druid, and there's, like, a druid-specific city. Everyone is in the one called Leont, I think. Which, if you just follow the path, you should be able to get here. But there's like bandits and stuff, so careful. There we go. This is what I expected more. Gigantic dev, tiny players. He even has a Stein. Could be Mogok, Crude Stein. I don't know. Oh, I should memorize my spells. Oh, they're still there. Huh. My tiny baby Zonker. Zonker? Look at the size of that Zonker. It's gonna drive my motor. It's going to be deep. Smash his heat in. Nay that. Can I do? Oh, I have a two-handed sword. Wait, who was asking for the two-hander? Reenac? Here, I'm gonna have a player interaction. Let's see if I can make this happen. Okay, I'm now messaging him. I have a two-hander for you. Oops. I think we have to drop items to trade them. Where'd he go? There he is. Oh yeah, the game is definitely heavily inspired by EverQuest. Like, all the devs on the team are former players of the game. A lot of them are in P99 too. Yay! See, look at that. That was my good deed for the day. Donated a free two-handed weapon to another player. Damn, look at the size of that bunny. Oh, my pet is fighting something. Alright. Silk! I can hand in silk for that one quest, I think. Man, my pet is just so much better at this game than I am. Gotta say though, if I'm a dark elf, shouldn't dark elves have good night vision? Maybe this is improved night vision. I forgot how it looks from a human's perspective. I'll server reboot in 2 minutes and we'll be back open for about an hour after the reboot. Alright, so I guess I'll continue playing for a bit longer here. What I should do to make the most time? I don't know, Sphinx, if you're watching the stream and you're in the server, you could meet up somewhere. I think I'm level 2. We can power level each other. Level 2 power leveling level 1. Did you manage to find Leont? Ooh, a knoll. Oh wait, the server's resetting. I shouldn't fight. Gonna camp. And then once the server's back up, Yeah, I haven't been to the Wood Elf area, so I don't know exactly what it looks like. I saw it at a distance once, but because I'm evil, I didn't want to go in and get murdered. Once the server comes back up, I'll go down the path and see if I can find you. Oh, it's probably the other gate, because there's two gates to this city. We'll see when it comes back. Can I switch sides to become a good necromancer? I'm guessing no. In classic EverQuest, um, there's like evil races and evil classes and stuff. And even you choose what god to worship, and that could determine your level of evilness and goodness as well. But there's some combinations, like a evil race with an evil class. I don't think you can ever become good, no matter how much you do, because there is a whole faction system where there are certain deeds and things you can kill to improve your reputation with certain factions. Like a famous example is I was talking about with the Ixar, like the lizard people, how the Ixar are hated by everyone, including good and evil. They're like their own third party. And in order for Ixar to be not killed on sight in like a good city, they'd have to do an insane amount of grinding of quests that increase their reputation. But I don't know about if a necromancer could ever be, an evil race necromancer could ever be fully accepted at a good city. That might just be too much evil in one player. Server is locked. Okay, while the reset's happening, I'm gonna go grab a drink really quick, so enjoy the tunes for a few seconds. Okay, I'm back. Oh, that's right. And there's a lot of like weirdness with in EverQuest about what forms you can take, like different illusions. And for some reason, if you're an evil race and you turn into a skeleton, that some good NPCs consider a skeleton less evil than a dark elf or something like that. It's just funny, like a possessed, organless, skinless skeleton walking around is less evil than, someone that is more human looking. Well, I guess skeleton is human. And Freeport was always like one of the weirdest cities, I thought. There's like so many different factions within that city that you never knew if you're just going to be KOS to some like random dude at a tavern. Like I remember I did the full boat trip between Butcher Block and Freeport. And I was like, oh, I'm a human necromancer. And I've been fighting a lot of evil things. they should be fine. And the guards were okay with me. Everything was good. And then I walked through a tavern, and this dwarf just immediately beats the shit out of me, like in the front door. After I went on like a 15-minute in real time long boat ride, and it just killed at the front door. And I was bound on the other side, so I had to redo the entire boat trip again to get my stuff back. Yeah, Kinos is mostly... Oh, the server's back up. Kinos is mostly a good city that has the underground catacombs. For anyone wondering too, the game is... This test is only going to be up for like an hour or so, but just because there's so many people watching. So this is EverCraft Online. I'll put a link to their website in the chat. There's a Discord link on their website. And if you want to play right now, and you have like less than an hour to fool around, you can go to the website, click dashboard in the top right, and then click register. And you just put your email in, and you'll get a link to download all of this. And despite it looking like Minecraft, it's just using a like world building kind of graphical asset pack kind of thing to quickly build out the world and all that. But the gameplay has nothing to do with Minecraft. It just has that kind of art style. The gameplay is very close to classic MMOs like EverQuest. I mean, it's even in the name. And you can see the characters right now. Only Dark Elf, Human, and Wood Elf are available. But eventually all the other races are going to be available as well, like Barbarian, Dwarf, Erudite, Gnome, Half-Elf, Halfling, High Elf, Ogre, Troll. And all of the classic classes, like Bard, Beast Lord, Cleric, Druid, Enchanter, Mage, Monk, Necromancer, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Shadow Knight, Shaman, Warrior. But there's a War Wizard. This is the first I've heard of that. And regular Wizard. And the Wizard is the newest class added in this recent test. Yeah, no Ixar. I wonder if they're working on their own like lizard race. Okay, but I'm doing a Dark Elf Necromancer. Alright, we're back. I'm almost dead. Wait, did something fight me while I was gone? Oh god, all the player corpses loading in, just like in EverQuest. For like a split second, they look alive and then they die in front of your eyes. Okay, so I need to rest a bit. Sphinx, what is your character's name? Also, this might have been reported in the Discord already, but the spell hotbar on the left, if I move it and I rejoin the game, it doesn't remember where I put it. So I always have to like drag it back down again. Okay, music's cool and all, but it's a little too hype for the moment. Oh, her name is Sphinx. Nice. Where are you right now? Did you manage to find Leont? Uh-oh. There's the dude that was talking... Well, I was talking shit earlier about how he's on my eventually going to kill list. And then he just one-shotted me when I wasn't looking. Ryandelf. Elfdeal. Confirmed extreme racist towards Dark Elves. Oh my god, what is this being chased by? A dormant voxel? Holy crap. It's like oh, it's a living voxel. That's funny. It's a cube with teeth. Uh, can't find the Discord link on the site. Oh, it should be there. If you scroll down, there's like a big button that says like our Discord or something like that. Okay, I can do this. I'll make my way over to the Wood Elf City. Never seen it. I'll have to be very cautious. Voxels are your arch enemy. I'd never seen that mob before. That was pretty badass looking. Okay, to anyone that knows this game, what direction do I go to get to, what is it, Greenwood? Wood Elf place? Like, am I at the right gate, first of all? I know there's 2 gates. Actually, maybe I can just ask a player in game. Oh, there he is. Just follow the road straight and you'll see some road signs. Alright. Just gonna get some more mana before I inevitably get jumped by holy men or bandits. Suddenly, birds stop chirping. Okay, here we go. My pet will keep me safe. I stay on the road and avoid the wolves. Alright, thank you. Guarantee a wolf will attack me anyway. Part of the thing too with having this, you know, voxely style is that it makes it a lot easier for their world designers to rapidly produce stuff. Because, you know, if it's all block based, you can do just about anything rather than having, you know, pieces of pre-built chunks to try to fit together when you're just working at a like voxel scale like this. You've seen the kind of crazy things people have done in Minecraft before, so it kind of makes it a lot more flexible of a system. Yeah, blocks don't do curves well, but it's kind of the interesting thing about it is that, like, you know, this tower that we're looking at would normally be rounded, but it's like all the weird things, like shortcuts that people take in pixel art to give the illusion of a curve or a diagonal line. It becomes like a stylistic thing then. Like, I don't think historically a tower has ever looked like this, but now it's become a voxel tower. Oh, here's a sign. Greenwood. Someone in the server named Poop Scoop. This reminds me of in EverQuest back in the day. They used to pretty heavily enforce people using names that at least kind of fit the world. And I got in trouble with a GM. Keep in mind I was 12, by the way. I made my character Obi-Wan, like Obiwan, and a GM found me and said I have to change my name. And then I'd run into people with names that are just like bullshitter, but it's spelled like Bulshtr. Then they get away with it. Okay, some kind of dock over there. Who's this guy? Trusted. Okay. Yeah, name yourself Bader. And you work up to becoming a master. Actually, EverQuest had just straight up a character named Masturbator. Like, he was a fisherman on the Freeport docks. Ooh, free loot. Hope this isn't an ambush. No, I think the body's glitched. Never mind. This whole forested area is way bigger than I thought it was going to be. This is nice. It's as far away from home as I've been so far. Uh-oh. Roving young wolf. Okay. And when when more people were streaming this game earlier, it's interesting looking at all the stream thumbnails to see how everyone organizes their UI. I bet mine is probably the ugliest way. I like grouping everything that I'm going to click the most front and center. Well, bottom center, I should say. 'Cause I don't use keyboard shortcuts that often when I play games like this. I just like to click my mouse. I know it's slower, but I don't know. It's easier muscle memory for me to train if I'm just moving the mouse around and clicking compared to like, oh, I'm gonna push 1 through 9 or keypad 1, 2 and holding shift and pushing 2 and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I just never was a fan of doing it like that. Think I'm almost there. Uh-oh. What was that alert? Game still running? Okay. Alright, looks like stream is still good. Always scary. Windows alert noises. Right. Yeah, I have the classic Windows alert sound. Yeah, actually, I have the Razer Naga, that MMO mouse that has a full keypad where your thumb is, and I just don't really use it. Right now, I'm using like Windows mouse, like 2005 Windows Intella mouse, and it's just an optical. It's not even like a laser mouse or anything. Just 3 buttons. Thinks it's using a Naga. Yeah, in general, I really appreciate it. Oh, congrats on level 2, Sphinx. I really appreciate it when devs take into account people that aren't going to be playing with groups of friends consistently. Uh-oh. Elfguard hates me already, facing the prejudice. Hey, we're both elves. Isn't that enough? Why does my blueness matter to you, dude? It's fucked up. Alright, so Sphinx, I'm on the outer borders of your town. I don't think I can get much closer because the guards are KOS to me. Yeah, I still have some mouse ball. Okay. Balls from a ball mouse around here somewhere. You don't think that's where you are? It looks like the chunks didn't fully load in. There's supposed to be a big hill in front of me, but I'm just like seeing through it. Why, there's a lot of stuff not rendering for some reason. Uh, the server crashing? Says I'm too fatigued to jump. Oh wait, is that you? No, that's someone named Mo Heels. Melviny. Yeah, I'll rejoin the server, see if it will make this load properly. Goodbye, pet. Oh, my pet isn't even following me. I think something's up with the server. I'm gonna rejoin. Jump through the map for the lulz. Actually, I did fall through the world earlier. If I fell through the map, it would put me back at my bind point, which is really far away right now. Yeah, Kenneker never even got to fight. They escorted me and gave me a sense of security, so maybe that's good enough. Oh man, gotta put my password in every time. Not that big of a deal. PASSWORD 123. Where'd the first pet go? The server was reset and before this 1 hour extension, so I lost that one. Oh, I was also killed by the holiest of holy man, and I lost that pet at that time too. Okay, now everything's loading better. Yeah, this looks more normal. We got Oban. Funny because EverQuest also has like randomly generated names for pets. And I think one of the names was just straight up just Boner. Or it was like Bonar, or like Bonar, I think. That was like the lucky pet name to get. One was Zaboner. Like Zaboner, so Zabona. Oh, was there laser too? for a lot of funny ones. Okay, this might not be Greenwood. I think this is just like a checkpoint, just a couple cottages, so I'm gonna keep going. Full Gila. But there's a lot of players here, which makes me think maybe this is it? Thievery, Full Gila, Mo Heals. Oh, no heals. It's like a full healer party. Where you are, the sky is green. Oh. Ask Full Healer why he disbanded his guild on Mischief TLP. Oh no, I don't want to get involved with guild drama. Looks like Greater Fate Arc. Oh. I'll keep heading down the path. See if I find that area. So I'm not worried about character progression if the servers are going to go down. I just want to explore, see some unfamiliar places. This looks elfy. Those pointy roofs. Have some mysterious ancient glyphs. What do these mean? Are these significant to precursor cultures? Wow. Holy golden gates. I'm guessing this isn't where you are, unless you have a way of going out of bounds. Warframe has a nemesis system where if you kill someone, they can come back with names like Heck Egg and some Matao or Suck Matao. So are those like player given names? They're random, huh? Okay, so this wasn't the right way. Uh, Definitely won't get attacked by wolves out in the middle of the woods at night. Oh yeah, we're talking about names players had. You know, someone in real life whose name is You Suck. Awesome. I remember knowing someone whose name was like Maho. Like the last name is just Ho, like H-O. The first name is like Ma. Oh yes, we have the cube moon. Take a second to appreciate the way the moon looks in this world. Oh no. Just thought of a name you could call a cube moon. And I don't want to say it out loud. Oh, the sun's a cube too. I didn't even notice. Be a matter of perspective though. Is it a cube or a hexagon? Isometric. Hmm. Well, I guess I'll go back on the path. Pineyard Forest. No, I haven't. I'm still in Leont Meadows. Because I was following signs that were saying to Greenwood, and it led me to that little area. Feel like I was on the right track though, because there were a lot of players in that small area that seems like that was a city. Let me just search around the site where that KOS guard was. Mentioned being KOS to the guards. I'm not sure how it works in this game, but usually it's a race more than anything will like be like a guarantee will probably kill you. So it's probably that I'm a dark elf, but sometimes you can be a good race in an evil class, and that can also determine it. And the way I'm determining it is when you push C in the text chat over here, it says Tex Aver feels hate towards you. We call conning something or considering. Oh yeah, look at the cube moon. It is adorable. But I think the aggro range for guards here is very small. I've been able to narrowly avoid them. Priest of Alder. Sounds like someone who will absolutely kill me. I think you found where I am. Yeah, I'll just hang out here. Yeah, Mech, this is EverCraft, not EverQuest. Hey, Shunanigans, this looks neat as heck. I definitely agree. And contrary to how it looks, it has nothing to do with Minecraft. It just looks that way. All the gameplay is very similar to EverQuest. And all the dev team are players of the game and all that, so you can definitely see the influence. Like all the races and classes are almost one-to-one with EverQuest. So if you're familiar with those and how they work, you'll have a pretty easy time understanding how to play this. And this is the pre-alpha, so usually in that stage of development, stuff is still very likely to change. And by a bridge lit up with torches. Oh no! I think the game crashed. Uh-oh. Stream is still up this time, though. That was a Unity error that showed up. I couldn't catch what it said. I think you got to the bridge right as I crashed. Okay. I'm opening the game again. No, I turned the music off so there's no sound on the main menu. Should hear sound here in a sec. You appreciate about EverQuest all the the complexities of factions. You always had to be aware of like, okay, how much are people gonna hate me? I mean, same thing if you're a good character. Uh, Trying to go into evil cities was a bad time as well. Oh no. I'll go towards you're on the bridge. Okay. Oh. Hopefully I can get out. Yeah, for being a dark elf, this isn't very good night vision. Oh, yeah, I see you. Have any live Sphinx reveal on stream right now? I think some of these guards might patrol here, so I probably shouldn't stay here too long. Wow, look at that guy. He's smirking and everything. It's like the ultimate wood elf physique. He's in a hairy situation. Nice. The RuneScape font, maybe. Okay. So I have no idea how like group dynamics work. Or did you buff my pet or did you just attack him? Oh, it was a buff, alright. Hmm. Oh, there's a group tab. Oh, there we go. Wait, can I move this? Oh, I can. Okay. Yeah, so you can move the tab out. Oh, this guy. There we go. Yeah, that guy Tex that's next to you is KOS to me. Your chat stops working. Sometimes the chat won't scroll. So if it looks like it's frozen, I've had a case where I have to like click down on it and scroll down like manually. Okay, I wonder if you wiggle the window, it fixes itself. Okay. All right, I want to give a yellow con a shot. So give it a chance. Yeah, this is really dark. Yay. Oh, that's a pretty good experience. I think part of it too is like the HUD is so bright that the contrast makes it even harder to see. Ooh, fine rabbit skin. You could have that if you want. I guess nothing we do really matters at this point because characters will be gone. So whatever. Yeah, HUD transparency would be really nice. I mean, if the devs are regular players of EverQuest, like they gotta be aware of like having the HUD that can be seen through that isn't so contrasting when it's dark like this. Yeah, there was that really expensive torch. It's like a 1 gold. I think there's other light sources though. There's like a fire beetle eye kind of thing that you can get too. I don't think there's anything out here. You just cross the river. Wonder if my pet will be able to cross in before pet goes over the bridge and aggro's a guard. God, I remember Mistmore in EverQuest had this like party wiping glitch with pet pathfinding, where if you stood in a certain place in the graveyard, that your pet would just lose its shit and it would like sprint into the vampire tomb and just pull everything to your group. That happens so many times. It's a nightmare. Yeah, like being able to minimize windows to have them only appear if you mouse over it or something. A hidden tree. The lead dev says he has 300 tickets from bugs tonight. Nice. Okay, deep vine adolescent. Don't want to touch that. I'm glad people are giving feedback, because that's the whole point of this test. Oh my god. Fighting a bear. It's not the cocaine bear, at least. Also, Sphinx, it sounds like the druid will get Spirit of Wolf at level 4. I was originally going to make a druid during this test just because being able to run faster would be extremely helpful, especially in trying to see more stuff in a short amount of time. Sickly Cub. There's a lot of scary stuff out here. Oh, that's probably a quest item, yeah. Have a quest turn in. So you learn about MMOs. If there's a peculiarly named thing, it's probably a quest item. From what I've seen, one of the best areas for experience seems to be the Crab Beach that's next to Leont. I mean, that's probably where most of the people are right now. Lightfoot pup. Fight that. Look at this guy. This little fella. Knoll heart. Hmm. Mosfet? Oh, this is the... Oh, is this Greenwood? Oh, you're fighting something. This looks definitely like a wood elf city. It's covered in like log tree walls. Yeah, it's over there. Okay, well at least I know what it looks like. Creeper. Microsoft gonna sue. Oh, the Onar, is that kind of faction dynamic in this game too, where if you're caught fighting wildlife, the druid guards will kill you even if you're a good race? Just notice my pet doesn't auto assist. I have to like manually tell him to fight. Moss Trooper Trapper. Should like make our way over to that guy. Like kill these other things first. I know that's the Kinos Hills experience. Holly Woodstalker. Yeah, Kinos is a very, or Kinos Hills is a very unfriendly place for evil. Even good people have to be afraid, because yeah, if you touch the wildlife, they destroy you. So that's really satisfying later when you get high enough level. You could just go and camp Hollywood Stalker endlessly. Uh-oh. Moss Trapper's coming this way. Oh, you're low on mana. Oops. Well, we'll see how we do. I have mostly full mana, like 90. Usually when I'm playing EverQuest, like I'll be in third person and I'll be like spinning the camera around to look at everything around me. Uh-oh. Okay, pet saved my life again. My pet pulled aggro off of me when I had 2% health. Nice. Yeah, I keep forgetting to even think about aggro. You drop anything? No? Uh, empty. Do I need bone fragments? I mean, I have 14, but nothing really matters. Characters are going to be wiped. But yeah, I can use them to make pets, but I think there's also a quest where you can turn in bone fragments. I can't remember where, but I saw people talking about it. Kind of just curious about like what other mobs there might be out here. See these torches. On the other side of the elf town, there's like treants and will-o-wisps. Huh. Yeah, it might get me killed just going there. I saw a will-o-wisp earlier and it was much higher level than me. Alright, Sphinx is gonna go sell stuff. I'll see if I can kind of sneak over that way. It's kind of weird as a death noise to have like a full-on howl. Another moss trooper. Oh, I thought it was trapper the last time. Maybe that is the same thing. Some guys patrolling around the outside. Keep an eye out. I need to punch some trees. I think Sphinx's druid buff, Heart of Pine, I think is overwrites my own buff. Let's see, what do I... It's probably giving me HP since my AC is 0. So I have 42 HP. What happens when I give mine? Oh, I guess mine is a little bit more. Now I have 45. Because it's a self buff, and I think self ones a lot of times do more. Self only do more than others? I don't know. Not used to mobs making scary noises when they're not fighting. Do I know where Briar's Rise is? Uh, that might have been the area where all the players were. Yeah, I'll take a look behind Greenwood real quick, see if I can spot a treant. They can go back to the path. It's a cool looking little town though. It definitely reminds me of what is it? Toxicula forest outside the Dark Elf town in EverQuest, mostly with like the downed trees. Had the noob camp that was next to that downed tree. Well, I've done almost a full circle around the town. I think I went the opposite way than right of the gate. Come back to the gate. I think I'm almost all the way around. Oh god. Poacher. I appreciate the aggro range is pretty forgiving. In EverQuest, that definitely would have aggroed me at that range. Know when I get the next batch of spells? I think 4. I'm at 2. Sphinx, you could just stay there. I think I've almost done a full circle around the town. I'm pretty sure. Because I kind of want to just see what this looks like, too. Ooh, big cliffside. Got some bears. Some gnolls. Bunch of player corpses. Looks about right. Elder Silius. So not treants there. Forest skeletons. Lurches? That sounds badass. Probably every 5 levels. Well, if it's following the same conventions of EverQuest, it's usually... What is it exactly? I just remember that in EverQuest it was like level 1, level 4, 8. Someone named Taco. 16. But it wouldn't always be the same for every class. I guess in general, it's like roughly every 5-ish levels, but it varies class to class. Every other odd number. Yeah, I gotta be close. Hey, Enigma. Another dev in chat. Oh, there you are, Sphinx. Yeah, thank you. This has been really great. It feels like it's been much more stable than the last time we did the big test. Wonder, because they're using like this voxel-based system, if there's like an automated way to generate like a generalized map. So I know you kind of want to follow the same conventions of not having a mini map, like something that tells you exactly where you are, but just having like a general, you know, this city is north of this city. I really like that kind of vagueness. It's just learning the area and all that is a big part of the thrill to me. Oh yeah, and Sphinx, it looks like my buff gives me like 2 more HP than yours, so... And I don't think it will automatically detect which buff to override. Yeah, Sphinx says like Minecraft style maps would be cool in this too. Yeah, they don't follow your player, they just show you the general area. Yeah. You have a voxel to pixel map. Oh, so you do have that kind of system. Nice. Is the skeleton thing still around? The lurch or whatever it was called? It'd be cool to see what that looks like. Oh, you killed it. Ah. Uh-oh. Oh, these are blues, luckily, though. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Enigma. Yeah, if anyone... like, this test here is going to be ending soon, but if you want to be involved with testing future versions and all that, you go to EverCraftOnline.com, and they have a Discord. Oh, here's the lurch. Ooh, that's awesome. I love the way that looks. Always a fan of undead. And he's gone. Oh yeah, there you go. He posted it in chat. And the Discord link. A face mask. Yeah, I'm gonna wear this mask that was just on a rotting dead body. I'm gonna put it right next to my face. I don't know if Greenwood has it, but in Leont, there's someone that sells wool armor, which is like EverQuest's cloth. So like everyone can wear it, and it's visible too, unlike invisible cloth in EQ. It was pretty expensive though. It was like, I think the cheapest piece was like 5 silver or something like that. Is my basic spell a life tap? I'm pretty sure it's not. It's a supernal torment. Oops, I almost unmemorized it. I can't remember if this has descriptions. Let me see. It says a supernal spirit sent out to torment your enemies with a brief spark of death. This is evocation. No, I don't think it's a life draw spell. Or vampiric or whatever you call it. I feel like I got one later, because in the last test I got up to level 8 as a necromancer. and there was a whole lot more variety to the spells when I reached that level, but I didn't get a chance to play it for very long. Okay. Gonna let my pet take most of the aggro. Oh. Nice. So much of your young advanced vocab came from playing EverQuest. Yeah, I learned so many new words when I played EverQuest. Like I was talking about earlier, where I learned the word loathsome as a 12-year-old from playing EverQuest, because there was a character called a loathsome individual, and I had to ask my mom, like, what is this word? Can I link? Or yeah, you can link items. I think the same way you can in EverQuest. Let's see. Where like you right click, then click let me try a link. There you go. Yeah, so you hold right click on the item, and then there's a button in the item description that says link, and it will put it into the main chat. I don't know if you can move it into group. By a highwayman's hand. Yeah, you know, so many different gem names because of EverQuest. Speaking of gems, are we going to get a slash gems feature? And can we order Pizza Hut through the interface? Classic EQ moment. Oh, it's a red con, never mind. Oh, yeah, EverQuest taught you what dubious means. Yeah, I still almost never see the word dubious anywhere, despite learning it when I was like 12. Yeah, slash pizza. EverQuest did it first. People are talking about that like Oblivion mod, or whatever it was, Skyrim, that lets you order pizza through the game's interface. But like, hey, EverQuest did that first. Yo, we got a real MMO Minecraft. Well, this is an MMO that looks like Minecraft, but it is not using Minecraft. It's its own engine. Not sure what oh, they're using Unity, that's right, because you see it when you start. This is nothing like Minecraft other than the way it looks. Everything else is more like classic, like EverQuest, or just older style MMOs. Yeah, glowers at you. That's another phrase I never really heard anywhere else. Yeah, this being in Unity makes you worry about people cheating in the future. Yeah. Oh yeah, Charlie Bros. If you're interested in playing, go to EverCraftOnline.com. This pre-alpha test will be ending probably, I don't know, any minute. We're just kind of hanging out. It's technically over, but the devs are keeping it up a little bit longer for people. But you can join their Discord and stuff, and when there's future tests, you'll know where to go, where to play and everything. I see what you mean, Charlie. It's like we're used to Minecraft animations where everything is sort of like hinged and more rigid looking when the characters move around, and this is a lot more fluid, kind of ball socket looking. Oh my god, can't get out of the water. Maybe I'll send my pet at least. Is there an assist command? How can I get... Oh, there. Half-eaten pixie wing. Well, that's appetizing. Yeah, Enigma, like when I was jumping down the well, I don't remember this being an issue unless you guys changed it or something. Yeah, I went down the well and it was way deep underwater and I couldn't just swim straight up. Like I had to stair step my way out of the water instead of swimming. Like was swimming adjusted at all in this version? I could swear I was just able to just float before. Really like the atmosphere of this place. Wonder, is the music any different? Or is it the same? Okay, looks like there isn't music for this area yet. I know they do have plans for a lot of different music. Like on the website, you have a bunch of linked songs. Oops. One of the devs added a buoyancy system, but it's too savage at the moment. Yeah, I was gonna say, I could feel like I sort of could float, but it was fighting against me really hard. I like how Sphinx's character is like shirtless, muscular, blonde hunk, and I'm like balding, frail, pale, like on the verge of starvation, dark elf. I think XP feels slow for low levels. It might be because of limited amount of content. And they did say for this test that there is a lot more of the world available, but they're intentionally blocking us into this smaller area. And I think on the Discord they have more of a description of it, but it could also just be, the ways that they're deviating from just straight up EverQuest. Maybe they're balancing experience out a bit more so you don't just fly through like level 1 to 8 in an afternoon like you could with EQ. Yeah, I agree. The turn speed with keyboard, this is really fast. So I've just been holding down right mouse button for rotating. I have a lot more control and trying to... Oh, that's a bit much. Spawns are a bit weird. get a lot of clumps of enemies, and then mostly empty, not a whole lot of zone wanders. Yeah, it's like I did see a few pathing guards and stuff, like literally on the paths. Not nearly as much pathing as like an EverQuest, where like stuff can go across the entire zone and you like won't see it for a long time. Yeah, true. Like there's just like nothing over here. I mean, it's also possible, like people always say, "Hey, it's just an alpha." It could still be planning out spawn locations and everything, but you never know. I think it's always worth pointing anything out, even if you think there's plans to change in the future. One of my favorite things is like when you have a big mountainous area and it feels like there's nothing around, and then behind a tree is like a gigantic like cyclops or hill giant, like a giant just happened to be able to hide up here. Oh no, I think I lost you. Did I lose my pet too? Where'd he go? Here, I'll stand up on this hill at the top of the mountain. Okay, I'll go over that way. Oh, there you are. Cool, the trees have snow on them up here. It's nice. I know there is at least one dungeon. There was someone else that was streaming this that was a lot further along than I ever got, and was in some kind of dungeon. Hello, Steph. This is definitely EverQuest inspired, but the only thing it has in common with Minecraft is just the appearance. Like there's no survival or building or anything like that. It's just the way it looks. You can learn more at EverCraftOnline.com. Yeah, the zone's really empty out here. Didn't think anyone would go out this far. We got the cube moon. I don't think I'd dare try to explore the ocean. Feels like a death trap. My pet is just gone. Maybe they'll show up when we fight something, I don't know. Someone in the global chat, female bandits sound like my ex-wife. So killing them was especially gratifying. Ooh. It's kind of fucked up. There is another EverQuest-inspired game being made out there, and I've heard that the devs of this game and that game are friends. Called called Monsters and Memories. It's another one to look up. That one has like its own art direction that looks a lot more like EverQuest, and they have like all different classes and different races and everything like that. So if you're interested in like the classic MMO revival kinds of games, Monsters and Memories is another one to check out. And one of the devs was a former EverQuest developer. And he streams a lot. It's a loving robot is his stream. Yeah, we have these ancient obelisks with mystical glyphs on them. I wonder what they mean. Could mean anything. Oh, we were going in and out of Pineyern Forest. Isn't there like a quest thing you're looking for? Oh, the edge of the world is over there. Okay, yeah, I think we went out beyond the content. Real cool thing with Monsters and Memories is that the way that they're treating, you know, quote unquote good and quote unquote evil is, it seems to be a little more ambiguous in their lore, where they have entire races that are called the Deep. So when you have elves and gnomes and dwarves and all that, there's deep versions of them. So there's deep gnomes. And the world has this entire underground region. I think that's called the Deep. And they're going to be, like, it's a very darkness-oriented world. So just as the above ground people have a hard time seeing in the dark underground, the dark dwellers underground might have a hard time seeing the lightness above ground. So it's like they have benefits to being in their own environment, and crossing over can be risky. Willow the Wisp. Red. There could use a Spirit of Wolf. There was some kind of glowing green thing that I saw up the hill a ways. I don't know if I was just seeing something through the wall. I don't know. Might have just been a torch or something. Oh, it's a red wisp? Oh, he meant the con was red. Never mind. Oh, that's I think that's a dev flying around I keep seeing. It's extra spooky at night when you see someone just flying through the air. The Fisher is red con. Yeah, I think we're way out of our league here. Oh, there's a lot more fishers along the beach there. Be careful. Glowing things getting closer. Are they like little fairies? Is that someone that is trying to be invisible but has like a particle effect? that is visible. It keeps appearing in really random places. Yeah, I think we're in a much higher level zone. Oh, I think this is fun though. I like exploring places that we normally wouldn't see if we were trying hard to progress. Soothsayer whelp. Ooh, also redcon. Dang, it's a whole camp of redcons. This is a very dangerous area. Those are firefly particles. Oh, okay. The way that it was so random, it looked like it was like particle effects, like dripping off of a weapon that an invisible person had or something like that. Looked like little fairies. Is there a shortcut to hide the HUD? User interface. Toggle UI F11. Oh yeah, and then he said it in chat. There we go. There, now it's a lot easier to see without the high contrast. Now I can't see what people are saying, but is this Furcon over here? Hill Shade? They're all red. Uh-oh. Game might have crashed. Uh, all right. Can you all hear me? Is it back? Okay, yeah. It's weird when that happens. Like I think my like, memory, some kind of memory is getting exceeded. Like the whole OS locks up, and then OBS crashes, and then the game crashes. It's very weird. Going back in. Flashbanged. Luckily, I think I restarted the stream fast enough that the VOD should stay connected. That's frustrating when your stream gets split up into like 5 different VODs and it disconnects. I'm still alive. Sphinx is still there. This whole area is all red cons. Yeah. Uh, the soothsayer out there is hate. Let me see. Just summoning my pet. Oh, I didn't even see them. Yeah, Hill Shade. All of these guys are KOS and red. Wonder if there's any benefit. I'm not gonna try, but any benefit to like trying to climb up stuff? Like up trees? I know like these trees aren't climbable, but there's some smaller trees. I was thinking like, wonder if there's ever gonna be hidden loot up in trees. Oh, it's this little house over here. I'm just gonna see if there's anything I can not be killed by in this little cabin. Oh, and one of the F keys brings up coordinates, much like EverQuest. I'm always scared pushing the F keys because that's where like scary dev things are usually hidden. It's not that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, F9. Player position. Uh-oh. Oh, was that a screenshot button? Game froze for a sec. Sphinx lost me. Okay, I'll head back in that direction. I just want to see what this little cabin is. I have my coordinates in the top right. I don't know if that helps. Oh, huge bear. Maid. Wait. Maid Raug of the Woods? Definitely not something that is friendly. God. Did I go down the hill? I did. I kind of went over a hill and down into this valley, and there's a huge bear and a cabin. If the bear is KOS... Oh, there you are. Wait, what? Oh, there. Oh, hey. Thanks for the raid, Johnny. We are in the final moments of doing the pre-alpha of this game called EverCraft Online. Contrary to how it looks, it has nothing to do with Minecraft. It just looks that way because of like the world building tools they're using. It's actually in Unity. But it's very much like gameplay of classic MMOs like EverQuest. Large brown spider. Now it's hard to see right now. Here I can do this. A little easier to see. Spider is too realistic. It's made of cubes. Oh, I see a city in the distance to your left, Sphinx. I think, is that maybe where we're trying to go? Yeah, having craft in the name does immediately make people think Minecraft. I guess I don't know if the devs intend to take in inspiration or influence, whatever, of Minecraft, other than the visuals, of course. Because there is going to be a crafting system. Oh, this is Greenwood City, okay. No, you can't build, like I said, it's just the visuals are like Minecraft and nothing else currently. So yeah, you don't build stuff. There's no like survival. It's first and foremost like classic MMO style. Like right now I am a dark elf necromancer. Sphinx is a wood elf druid. And they just had a test that was going on today for about 12 hours, I think it was. Yeah, call it Everblocks. Robecraft. There's a compass for 3 gold. Compass. I'm evil, so I can't sell here. Yeah, it's like, because there's, EverQuest. And then in MMOs, you quest and you craft. So you can, so by switching quest to craft, it's still technically just an MMO naming convention, but of course Minecraft exists. I don't know. I don't think they have plans to let players build stuff because that doesn't seem to really be the goal of the game. It's fundamentally going supposed to be, an RPG, not like a sandbox game. Super Battle Fantasy. This looks nice at night. I'm wondering if non-dark elves see even worse than this. Sphinx, how are you so fast? Oh, your sight is the same as mine. Okay. Um, yeah, let's go back to that bridge. Is this... Don't think this is the gate where we originally met. You have a sight spell. It doesn't appear to do anything. Yeah, I mean, it's very possible that a lot of spells don't function. Oh yeah, where did my pet go? Uh-oh. Summoning, summoning, summoning. There we go. Need to med. Actually, I do too. Like how Sphinx's character has a permanent smirk. Join just in time to see the albino rat become an albino rat corpse. Oh, it's a breathtaking transition from rat to rat corpse. Yeah, I mean, I love rats, so it hurts me a little inside to kill them in games. What was that scary noise? Is there a bear? I think it's Spider Silk. There's a quest in Lyon for that. Some part of a spider. See torches in the distance. Is that I aggroed a couple things. Got it taken care of. Oh my god, I'm just accumulating, or whatever, aggroing everything. Oh, there is like a tower there. I didn't even notice that. Kind of surrounded. Oh, I wonder if the animals hate me more than you since you're a wood elf. Does the game do anything unique? I'd say is that it's following the structure of the original EverQuest a lot more than most people's takes on MMOs these days. So, you know, there's no maps, there's no like quest markers, it's just left very open-ended. And it also is like when you die, you leave all your items on your body and you lose experience and all that, so it's more punishing. And their website explains a lot more about what they're trying to do, which is EverCraftOnline.com. Something up on the tree. Yeah, I generally don't play MMOs much at all, but the original EverQuest still has like a special place in my heart. And definitely a lot of it is nostalgia, of course. But I did like how simple the design is. Like I was trying to play modern WoW. Yeah, Sphinx. The text guy is red in KOS to me, so I think I'll swim across instead of go over the bridge. I really like just how minimal original EQ was compared to just how extremely like convoluted and UI intensive and everything a lot of modern MMOs are these days. A lot more focused on, you know, like group dynamics and just more social in general. I really liked about EQ is that like at a higher level there's more downtime between fighting mobs and things like that because mana regeneration isn't as simple as just taking like a clickable item to regenerate it. You have to like meditate to get stuff back or get mana back. And there's some buffs that can help, but I forgot these are yellow cons. My bad. A lot of Japanese MMOs based on like EverQuest and Ultima until recently. Yeah, it's like it is interesting learning about like the sorts of trends in game design that were going parallel to one another in Asia compared to like the West. And it wasn't until pretty recently when I was watching what was it called? Josh Strife Hayes. So I'm sure people have probably come across before. His YouTube channel covers a lot of interesting aspects of of MMOs, and one of them he covers like in depth about games that were like incredibly popular in Asia, and the West just didn't hear anything about them until much later. Oh yeah, where's that other camp? It was really close to here, Sphinx. It was just like I remember coming up to the bridge afterwards. I think we just keep going this way. The FF11 was very influenced by Ultima. It's interesting because I never played Ultima. I remember a lot of people talking about it because a lot of people that played Ultima would go on to play EverQuest or even play both at the same time. Oh yeah, I see some cabins up ahead. This might be the spot. Oh, getting attacked by venomous spiders. Oh, it's red. I guess I'm gonna strafe run. For some reason, this tiny venomous spider is a red con. Wonder if a KOS guard will assist me. My pet just died. Yeah, I'm KOS to this whole area. Is it even following me? I don't know. Let me try pulling the spider off. Here, if I do die, I'll die near this path. Oh, here it is. It's on me right now. Red? Oh god, 11 damage. Yay. Good call, Sphinx. I just gotta hope I don't get killed by a guard. Oh no, Sphinx is almost dead. Oh, rip. Did you just die? Can't tell if that means death or not. Died right in front of the guard. Classic EQ. Clap, clap, clap. Oh my god, now it's back to attacking me. Oh. Wow, I'm probably gonna die too. Damn, why are there such high level stuff right outside the city? I guess I should have expected that the thing would come to me after he died. Not too big of a deal, because our characters are going to be wiped. Yeah, the whole thing with Fantasy Star Online, like I missed that completely. Like I remember when it was going on, because I had a Dreamcast, and people were speaking all kinds of praise to it. But I just had no perception of what MMOs or that type of game was. And then I didn't start actually hearing people be like, "Oh yeah, it was a really big, important game." Well, I didn't start hearing that until a lot later, like literally 10 years ago or something. I didn't even know that people spoke so highly of PSO. It was only sort of an MMO. What? Oh wow, I got killed again. The holy man, my arch nemesis, just killed me outside the gate. All right. These are just hashtag necromancer problems. Everyone wants you dead. Hey, where did that guy go? Swear to God, if he's just camping the gate. This is definitely an EQ vibe. It's just dead player bodies everywhere. I don't even see that body. I guess since I didn't have anything on that body, it didn't even put a corpse there. What? My god, everything is attacking me now. I'm not used to spiders being a kill on sight race. God damn. Gonna check out that little town area, then we should just go where those hares are. Yeah, I wonder if there's any stuff for druids to do in this city. In Leont. Oh, and it's also a really big difference between games like EverQuest and modern MMOs is that EverQuest did not have a leashing system where, you know, if you get out of a certain range of a mob's spawn area, oh, thank you, hidden tree. Yay. Much appreciated. Ooh, speed and revitalization. Whoa. And Alder's sign. It's kind of ironic. I have a holy armor spell on me as a necromancer. Nice. Well, I was saying, yeah, there's no leashing system, so stuff that has aggroed you will follow you literally everywhere. Like, you cannot lose it unless you either go to a different zone, like a loading space, or bring it to a guard, or some kind of, like, crowd control. And here's another thing that wants me dead. Courier of Alder. I mean, I'm not even supposed to be way out here outside the city at level 2 either, so I've kind of brought this challenge upon myself. But with Spirit of Wolf, I should be able to outrun this stuff. Oh no, you accidentally attack the priest guy when you're trying to give him a coin. It's another case of classic EverQuest. Yeah, since there's no zoning here, is there leashing? Because I was pretty far away from that spider, and it still aggroed me when it killed Sphinx. Yeah, Jeff Kaplan was he was really into EverQuest, I know as well. He's one of like the, as he said, very toxic guild leader who had a lot of sway over like the design of EverQuest as, from a player's perspective. And then of course, yeah, he would go on later to help make World of Warcraft.